Good morning everybody and welcome to this very special Filbert Flies live stream to celebrate 1,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much for your support. I am today going to be flying my first live streamed long haul flight from here at London Heathrow to Chicago O'Hare in the Boeing 787X. This is a plane that I'm not all that familiar with compared with the compared with the A320, which I've been flying in various sims for years. I have flown the 787 and prepared the Quality Wings version, but my flight time on this aircraft in the sim is very low. So we can expect a few little problems as we go, but I have a checklist and it should all be fine. Let's get on board and start setting up. Right, so Jason, nice to see you here. Hello plane, welcome everybody and thank you for being up so early and ready to get at it. The music, Jason, is it's from Epidemic Sound and it's a tune called Chicago Dreams by Midnight with a K. Sort of a Chicago bluesy thing. I'd like to try and find some music that sort of represents our destination. I will remember you when I'm famous, thank you. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Right, so here we are. I have got electrical power set up, so we have the batteries turned on, we have external power connected, and we'll start the APU to get a little bit of extra power, and so that we're ready to push back. I'm also going to, forgive me if I miss messages in the chat, I've got a lot to concentrate on to make sure I don't mess anything up. So we've got external power on, we've got to check the fuel pump switches. We'll turn them all on. We do have fuel in all tanks. The anti-ice controls should be set to auto. The window heating, as required. I think we require it. And that's all on. So it's inoperative anyway. So that is fine. So that's our that's all the pre-flight stuff we can do, I believe, in this aircraft. Good morning, Michael. So let's have a quick look at our FMS and start setting that up. So we will start with the POS init page. Our reference airport is EGLL. As I say, don't take anything I'm doing as gospel or the right way to do things. You sort of can with the A320. I think I know as much as you can as a simmer about that, but not this plane. I'm just going to do what I think is right based on the checklist and my limited experience. We are at gate something or other. Oh, von Hoffnung, nice to see you and thank you for hosting. What gate are we at? 537. I've got a feeling you don't actually need to input this in the A320, but sorry, in the 787, but you know. Thank you for the follow, Michael. Right, if we go now to, do we have a next page? This doesn't look like there's anything we can do here. And the IRSs are not controllable in this. So let's go to our route. I've pre-planned this in SimBrief and imported it to the sim, so yeah, a lot of hype, a lot of nerves on my end, von Hoffman. I've imported it via the world map screen, so we should have everything set up. We just need to input our flight number, which is BA295. And here we have our route. So we're expecting an Umlaut 1 Foxtrot departure. I suspect, although the runway 27 left is in use in real life, because the wind is slightly from the west, from the east, we'll probably get a 9 left or 9 right departure, but we'll get our clearance in a minute and sort that out. In fact, let's listen to the ATIS. That'll help, won't it?
Heathrow information Oscar, 850 Zulu winds are 190 at 13 knots. Visibility 6 miles. 900 broken. 2000 overcast. Temperature 12, dew point 11. Current QNH is 993. Arriving and departing runway 27 left, 27 right.
Oh, okay. We are
Heathrow
using a runway 27.
Oscar, 850 Zulu winds are 190 at 13 knots.
And the weather's pretty accurate today. I mean, it's a horrible day in London, and I look out the window and it looks very much like this. It has been raining. It was raining when I started the sim, but it's stopped now. But we still have this heavy overcast. Hello, Caffel, nice to see you, and hello, I love Minecraft. Right, let's get our clearance then. Heathrow clearance, good morning. Speedbird 295, ready to copy IFR clearance. Speedbird 295, ready to copy IFR clearance.
Speedbird 295 is cleared to Kilo Oscar Romeo Delta. Climb via the ULTI-1K departure, with the ULTI-B transition, then as filed. Expect departure runway 09 left. Climb to flight level 140 via the departure. Expect higher clearances 9 minutes after departure. Squawk 4655.
Speedbird 295 is cleared to Kilo Oscar Romeo Delta. Climb via the ULTI-1K departure, with the ULTI-B transition, then as filed. Climb to flight level 140 via the departure.
I've forgotten our squawk code already.
Higher clearances 9 minutes.
Fortunately, my
after
co-pilot
departure.
will read it back.
Squawk 4655.
4655.
Speedbird 295 read
There
back
we are.
correct. QNH is 9er3. Let us know when you're ready for pushback.
And we'll just set our
QNH is
QNH.
993
We're going to be
Speedbird
using
295.
hectopascals, and we'll just press B to get that in. 993, excellent. Right, what have I missed? You're from Saudi Arabia. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome to this stream. And hello, come fly with me flight simulations. Yeah, it's really nice. It's really nice that people are here. So, well, in my time, so early anyway. Okay, so we have our clearance. Interestingly, although the ATIS said runway 27 left and 27 right was in use, we've been given clearance from runway 9 left, so we won't question it. We'll just input it here on the departure arrival page. So this is incorrect. This is what we were expecting. Maybe I have to change the SID first, do I? Yeah. So we are doing the ULTIB 1 kilo departure. There it is. From runway 9 left. Correct. So we'll execute that. And we don't really need to be quite so zoomed in here, do we? So I will decrease our range. Why is that not doing anything? Oh, because I want to increase our range, not decrease it. Ah, dear. So, let's have a look. I'm going to have a quick glance at my chart. So we're going to be taking off to the east, then making a left turn immediately after takeoff. You'll see there's something a little bit weird going on down here. It seems to want us to turn right. I don't know why, we won't do that, of course. So we're going to make an immediate left turn to distance 10 from London. And then another left turn, sort of round and almost back on ourselves, where we want to be at 6,000 feet, and that is the limit of the SID. So that looks good. We'll set our altitude to 6,000 because that's as high as we can go until we're cleared higher. Jason, the banner at the top is an add-on for my streaming software, so you can't just use it with the standalone flight sim, unfortunately. I've used it before, but it kept freezing and giving incorrect information, so I'm going to see how it goes. I've updated it. I'm going to give it another chance, but it's not quite as swanky as it looks if it doesn't work properly. Thank you very much for the follow, F Hood, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so we've got our departure sorted out, and we'll have a quick glance at our legs page, I think, to make sure that looks good. ULTIB Woburn well in. Yep, that is what we're doing. That'll get us back on track. Cooper, Timpo, Elvos. And we're using North Atlantic Track Alpha today, which is what these waypoints are, for those of you who haven't flown transatlantic before. At certain times of the day there are specific waypoints opened up, specific routes across the North Atlantic, and they are based on coordinates, so that's what you're seeing here. and that's the route we'll be following. It takes us a fair way north, and then back round to the south as we approach the east coast of Canada. Hello Eamon, nice to see you. Who's got 100,000 subs? I'll certainly join you in celebrating if you have 100,000 subs. Yes, I know Gaia is making Stansted. It's disappointing, but it'll be nice to have a Stansted for when the PMDG 737 comes out, because then we can do some Ryanair flights. Right, let me go back to my notes and my checklist. So before startup checklist, we got the seatbelt sign on, fuel quantity is checked. I mean, I say the seatbelt sign on, you can't change it. Throttles, idle, engine area should be clear, auto brake should be set to RTO, yaw damper should be on. I don't think that's something you can change here. I also don't know where the yaw dampers are. Are they up here? I don't know. I'm not going to worry too much about it. I flew this. I didn't check the yaw damper yesterday. It was fine. Yes, I'm excited about Munich as well. Good morning, Dazza. Nice to see you. Yes, I am as ready as I'll ever be, which is not all that ready. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Right, hydraulic electrical pumps should be on. I believe they are not operative. No, they are not. They're both fixed to auto, but that's fine. Fly-by-wire settings, I have checked. Trust me on that one. Hydraulic engine pumps. Oh, we looked at that. Hydraulic electrical C1 pump. Auto, fine. AC packs 1 and 2, they can't be tweaked at all in this version either. Equipment cooling should be on, fuel pumps should be on, and we're more or less ready to request startup clearance. Now, what we haven't done down here yet is our thrust limit and takeoff ref pages. Now, I haven't found a takeoff performance calculator for this aircraft. I did this morning try and buy TOPA. I thought I'd spend some of the money people have kindly donated on getting accurate V-speeds, but it didn't work. Neither the download wouldn't install properly, the web version wouldn't accept my registration key. So we are just going to trust the sim to give us our V-speeds. We are going to be doing a flaps 5 takeoff, did I say? Yes, flaps 5 takeoff. And these V-speeds seem very, very high to me, but well, we'll see once we start rolling. I might just rotate a little bit before 189. We'll see how it goes. Thrust reduction altitude of 1500 feet is fine. Hello, Pablo. I don't think I've said good morning to you yet. Yeah, it'll be alright, Dazza. It will be alright. Right, what is left to do? Done that, done that, done that. VNAV page. Got our speed restrictions correctly set to 250 below 10,000. I think we're pretty much set, aren't we? If anyone's noticing anything, any glaring omissions, do let me know. We'll keep the takeoff page open. We will set our airspeed to V2 plus 10, so that's going to be 206. And we will set our heading to the runway heading, which is not 093, it's 090. Got that set. We will turn on our flight director. Don't want auto throttle on yet, but what we will do is arm LNAV and VNAV. Yeah, looks good, doesn't it? F-Hood, I would quite like to fly to Riyadh, but I only really fly to airports that have add-on scenery, whether that's freeware or payware, and I don't believe there is any for Riyadh yet, but if something comes out, then yes, I'll definitely do that. No, I don't have the 787XE mod, and the reason for that is that it hasn't been updated for a while, and I just thought there was a risk that it might cause more problems with the latest sim update, so I'm just flying the default aircraft at the moment. Oh, I'm very jealous, Dazza. Very jealous. That is going to be my next big purchase. Perhaps not a 3090, but a 3080 or the AMD equivalent. Right, so I'm using Pushback Express, and I'm going to just fast forward that. It doesn't have readouts like FS2 Crew does. We don't have an FS2 Crew product for this aircraft yet, but it does allow things like the catering vehicles and the baggage vehicles to be automatically triggered, which is quite nice. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I love Minecraft. I'm doing very well, thank you, Zanis. So we just really need to wait for the jetway to disconnect. APU is on. We'll turn on the APU generators and we'll turn off our external power. Oh, did they? Well, maybe for the next one I'll download it. Right, so we should be just about ready for pushback. I've got a new toy today. It's called AirTool. It's sort of a free audio announcement thing that I found on flightsim.to. So we're going to have a welcome announcement once we start pushing back, which will be very, very exciting for everyone, I'm sure. And yeah, should we get pushed back? Should we do this? Before we do, I'll run the checklist, make sure there's nothing I have forgotten. So before start checklist, flight deck door closed and locked, passenger signs on, MCP V2 is 196, heading is 090, altitude is 6,000 feet. Takeoff speeds, well, you know what they are, too high. CDU pre-flight has been completed, trim is set for takeoff. Actually it's not, that's a lie, I'll set it after pushback. Taxi and takeoff briefing will say that's completed. Beacon, of course, the beacon. On, so we've got our nav logo and beacon lights on, which is what we need for pushback. You are, you're living the dream, Dazza, living the dream. Okay. Let's get going then. So, using Pushback Express, we want to make a turn to the left.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead, flight deck.
We are ready for pushback and engine start.
Roger. Release the parking brakes, please.
Parking brakes released.
Pushing back.
Sorry, I was a little bit unsympathetic, Zanis, wasn't I? Or whoever, who was it who, yeah, I Love Minecraft or Lolvane, or you could change your name quite a lot. How did you break your nose?
We're now going to explain the emergency procedures on this British Airways aircraft. The captain and the crew are here for your safety. It is important that you pay attention and follow instructions carefully. First,
again, very much guessing at the pushback distance.
You are cleared behind and you start your engines at your discretion.
Great, let's get our engines started. So we can start them both simultaneously in this aircraft, so we'll turn those start switches to on. And the fuel control switches to on. I vape, Michael, I vape. I used to smoke.
Pushback complete. Set parking brakes, please.
The flight time should be about 8 hours.
Parking brakes set.
Roger. Okay, the tow bar is disconnected and the equipment is clear. We will see you on the right with the pin.
Thanks, and you can disconnect and go to hand signals.
Thanks. Have a good flight. See you later.
So our engines are starting, as you can see. Oh gosh, grim. Are you still in pain, or is it a bit better now? Yeah, we do have some rain in London. It is very much, it sort of showers off and on at the moment, and that seems to be what we're getting in the sim as well, which is good. Right, so our engines have started. Do we have an after start checklist? No, we have a before taxi checklist. So we will turn off the APU now, we don't need that anymore. Turn off the APU gen. And we'll turn on our taxi light, which strangely is not labelled, or one of them. We've got strobes and taxi, neither of which are labelled. But there we are, turn on taxi lights. That'll do us. Which GPU and CPU do you recommend for a... Oh, well, I'm running a 1080 Ti GPU with... What have I got? 8700K processor, i7 8700K processor. And it runs quite well on that, but I would suggest that's probably as low as you should go. And you should probably get the best you can afford, but I'm really no expert on hardware. Right. Before taxi, parking brakes set, fuel quantity checked, taxi lights on, nav lights on, instrument displays checked. Taxi clearance request, we'll do that in a minute. Anti-ice is alright, blah 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 blah. Flight controls checked, well that'll be alright I'm sure. Have a quick look outside, can't see them on the... Yeah, they're moving, that's good. I'm glad your nose is a bit better. Right, should we get our taxi clearance then? Heathrow ground, Speedbird 295 ready to taxi.
Speedbird 295 taxi to runway 09 left via taxiways Bravo, Echo, Alpha, hold short runway 09 left.
Taxi to runway 09 left via taxiways Bravo, Echo, Alpha, hold short runway 09 left Speedbird 295.
Oh, that's really good, Zanis. That is really good. Oh, sorry, Mogama. Yeah, I mean, most of my settings are on Ultra. I've tweaked a few based on the guide, the very helpful guide at the official forums. I can't remember the guy's name who wrote it, but yeah, I've always been quite impressed. I wasn't expecting to get performance as smooth as I am getting. I limit my frame rate to 30 using Riva Tuner, which certainly helps with smoothness. Dazza, thank you very, very much for the £10. Much appreciated. Very kind of you. No, you can't donate via Twitch because I'm not big enough on Twitch yet, unfortunately, Jason. You can do, there's a link under the YouTube video if you would like to donate, the Streamlabs link. I don't know how to post that on Twitch, unfortunately. I don't want to sort of plaster it all over the stream because that would just be a bit naff, wouldn't it? But it's streamlabs.com/filbertsflies. Yeah, I did. Sorry, sorry, Zanis. Sorry, Dazza. I was. Basically, all I do is I hear a ding because I've only got one screen, and then I have to switch to Streamlabs to actually see what's happened, and I was distracted. At the moment, I think runway 9 left is completely shut, but in general, they do. This flight we're simulating is not really. It's based on pre-COVID times. So yeah, they switch between the northerly and the southerly runway every day, and one will be used for takeoffs and one for landings. It's almost everyone's first time to watch me fly a plane that isn't an A320, I think. I mean, I've flown the CJ4 once on a live stream. I fly the Cessna 152 in my Bimbles around Britain flights, but yeah, the A320 is, in my opinion, by far the best of the default aircraft, especially with the mod. Right, we'll set flaps 5. Yes, I am on live weather, yeah. And it seems to be working today. Yesterday I was on live weather, having a little practice, and the whole world was clear skies. I know a lot of people experience that sort of thing all the time, but I've been quite lucky so far. It's the first time it hasn't worked for me. Hello, hey, it's Napster. Yeah, the middle part of this flight is, well, of any transatlantic flight, is not the most exciting. And I should say I'm probably not going to sit here for 8 hours. I will nip away for the middle part of the flight, and I'll keep half an eye on the chat in case anyone's got any questions. But yeah, nor do I expect you all to stay and stare at the ocean if you don't want to. Right, why are we not being given takeoff clearance? Heathrow ground, Speedbird 295, ready for departure, runway 09 left.
Speedbird 295, contact tower on 118.5.
Tower on 118.5, Speedbird 295.
Tower, good morning. Speedbird 295, ready for departure, runway 09 left.
295, winds are 190 at 13 knots, cleared for takeoff. Runway 09 left, squawk 4655.
Cleared for takeoff. Runway 09 left, squawking 4655, Speedbird 295.
Okay, so we want to turn our runway lights, landing lights on, runway turn-off lights on, strobe lights on, and taxi light off. Right, keep your fingers crossed, everybody. Let's arm our auto throttle now. Unfortunately, so with Boeing aircraft, you sort of manually advance the throttles 50% and then you press a toga button. We don't have the same detents that we have in Airbus aircraft. But the keyboard shortcut for toga for some reason doesn't work with this aircraft, so it's a bit fiddly. You have to click a spot just beyond the throttles, so you'll see me that. Yeah, I don't have multiplayer on, I do have live traffic on. Right, let me just there's the toga tab. So we'll start by going to about 50% of throttle. Engine stable. Click the fiddly toga spot, and here we go. Interesting, the live traffic is landing on runway 27 left. Going to rotate now. Okay, positive rate, gear up. And we're off. So we're going to make our left turn. reduce our rate of climb slightly to accelerate. Sorry, I know I'm missing messages. Once I engage the autopilot. Yes, I know. V1. Those V-speeds were definitely too fast. Fortunately, I used my expertise and experience to rotate when it felt like the aircraft wanted to fly.
Speedbird 295, contact Heathrow radar director on 120.4.
Okay, autopilot on.
Radar director on 120.4, Speedbird 295. Radar director Speedbird 295 climbing to flight level 140.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact.
Flaps 1. Flaps up. So it obviously does... Ooh, what was that? What was that? Interestingly, it wanted to remain totally level until it hit 250 knots, which is a little bit odd. I would have expected it to climb a little. That's what I wanted it to do. But never mind, never mind. We are underway. Yes, I think the breakout will be nice. Right, what have I missed? Multi-crew experience. Oh, that sounds good, yeah. I've never used it myself, but it does give you the beauty of a co-pilot in any aircraft, which is nice. Is there shared cockpit yet? Yes, there is. There's a freeware thing called Your Control, which you can get from flightsim.to, that I had a little bit of a play with Kevin the other day, who's one of my subscribers. It was quite good. Not perfect, but certainly it did more than I thought it would be able to at this stage. Thank you for the permission for sleep. I may well take you up on that. Someone made a mod for that. I think you're talking about the V-speeds. Yeah, I did see that. I know there is a mod. I just wasn't certain that it would be compatible with the latest sim update. So I thought rather than risk it, I would just fly the default. So we're at 6,000 feet now, which is the limit of our climb until we pass... Oh, we've passed Ultib now, so we should be able to climb to flight level 140. Jason, thank you very much for donating again. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. So we've set that to 140, click the button, and the aircraft should now climb us up there. Because 6,000 feet is the transition altitude, we can now switch to standard pressure. I believe that the wind readout is broken, or the arrow at least.
Enjoy your afternoon.
But we obviously have quite a crosswind coming from the right here.
47, take care, Speedbird 295. Heading 247, Speedbird 295. Center Speedbird 295 climbing.
I will do a shared cockpit live. Yeah. Once I've got a bit of experience with it, I will definitely do that.
Speedbird 295.
Yeah, I know, Caffel. It could all go terribly wrong. What's over an 11-hour flight with the 747s, and is this one? Can't be, can it? Ah, okay, so it is just the arrow that's spraying, right? Because I was experiencing a big crosswind on the runway, and I looked at that. I was like, well, why have we got a tailwind, and what's going on? Right. So yeah, we got a 55 knot crosswind from 213. Yeah, I have to admit, I did do this whole flight yesterday because I thought there's no way this is going to work. I'd better check before I promise this to people that I can actually do it. And we did have a few problems, but we made it, and so I'm keeping my fingers crossed that we won't have a sim crash halfway through. If we do, we do. You know, nothing to be done about it. And I'll try and remain positive whatever happens. Can't promise it, but I'll do my best. Woohoo! Out the clouds, out the clouds. Look at that wing flex. Is that what we're seeing? I think we're seeing wing flex. I will have lunch with you. No, I am going to disappear. I'll sort of be here for the first hour and a half, something like that. And then I will go and get on with a few things. And I'll keep half an eye on the chat. But I've thought about how I can entertain you for 8 hours, and I just can't. There's nothing I can do. So I can't even entertain myself for 8 hours. So yeah, I'll disappear at some point. But not yet. And I can almost guarantee no one's going to die on the landing. Can't absolutely promise it, but it might be a bit bumpy, but I think it'll be survivable. Ah, I've had that, Jason. No, I don't know if it's with the heading knob, but some of the knobs do just stick and keep turning whatever you do. I've experienced it myself. And it's a known bug. Hopefully something they'll fix.
Climb and maintain flight level 220.
Mind you, it's a bold move trying to land the Neo at London City. That's it's a big plane for that length of runway. Oh, look at that. This is the thing I most envy airline pilots for, actually. Every day being able to break through the cloud no matter what the weather and see blue sky and sun. Must be wonderful.
Speedbird 2905, resume navigation.
Resume navigation, Speedbird 2905.
Remember about barrel roll as a special. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. In fact, we won't see. I can guarantee that's not going to happen. So the scheduled flight time for this is 8 hours 55 minutes. But most of the real world flights are done in about 8 hours, give or take 10 minutes either side. No, this isn't a mod. This isn't a mod, this is the default. Glam wings. I have no memory of mentioning glam wings. I thought I saw some flex, but it could have just been the aircraft wobbling a little bit, rolling a tiny bit left and right. I'm not sure. This is a big thing in flight sim forums when it comes to the payware aircraft, wing flex. It's not something that particularly bothers me, but I know people like it. No, we're not flying at the exact same time as the real world flight. Its scheduled departure time is 12:10, so 10 minutes past midday. And unfortunately, I have real world plans this evening. Otherwise I probably would have done it in real time. Are they, Dennis? I can't picture Terminal 4 at JFK for some reason. Yeah, I have no memory. I'll watch it back later, Jason, see what I was on about. I'm pretty sure I didn't say glam, but maybe something similar. So I would like to tell you something about our flight routing today, and I will in a minute, but for some reason it's disappeared from my navigraph. Ah, it's back now. Okay, so as we know, we took off from Heathrow on runway 9 left, we turned left, and now we've turned right to head basically due north, so we'll be coming up over the top of Milton Keynes round about now, and then we'll be making a slight left turn, flying overhead or just to the east of Manchester, crossing our path from the VFR flight we did last weekend, then making a left turn and passing to the south of Preston before heading out over the Irish Sea, crossing the Isle of Man, and then Northern Ireland, going overhead Belfast and Derry, Londonderry, before starting our Atlantic crossing. And we'll be continuing to head sort of northwest. We might just about see the tip of Greenland depending on the weather, and we'll be coasting in over North America in northern Canada, where there really isn't much to talk about in the way of life.
Climb and maintain flight level 300.
Climb and maintain flight level 300.
Flight level 300, Speedbird 295.
And then we'll be heading southwest over Canada, sort of fairly near, I was going to say just fairly near Montreal, but it's not really. We'll be talking to Montreal Centre, and then later Toronto Centre, but we're not actually going all that close to Montreal. And we'll be crossing the border into the United States just north of the Great Lakes and starting our approach into Chicago. So that is the plan. Can you get an engine view? Yes, absolutely.
Contact Manchester Centre on 118.77. Have a good afternoon.
Centre on 118.77.
And you can also have a cabin view if you'd like. This is the only one I've got for this aircraft. You can land the Neo, you just need to land at the runway threshold and full brakes. Yeah, I'll have to give that a try at some point.
Centre Speedbird 295.
Yeah, I love the Orbex London City landmarks. I know they got a lot of bad press when they came out. And some of, you know, they are a bit low resolution compared with the defaults.
Radar contact.
But they're well worth it, in my opinion. No, I don't have any custom wing views. No. I think that this is the only, I think you've only got 3 windows here that are modelled in the 787. I might be wrong. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Jace. It's not as immersive as the Neo, is it? But the modelling, the exterior modelling, is just fantastic. See, there is a bit of wing flex. That is definitely wing flex. Almost looks like it's waving. Good morning, Mossy. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. I'd like to say you've come at a great time, but to be honest, this is about it for the next 7 hours now. Takeoff was alright, fairly uneventful. But yeah, we'll wait till... I mean, the landing's going to be spectacular. What I've done with long-haul flights in the past, I've never live streamed one, as you know, but I used to do a few of them in previous sims, and to do very long haul flights, so sort of 10 hours plus, and then I'd take off in the evening, go to bed, and wake up in the morning and land. I've very rarely done them over the course of a day, so it's a bit of a new experience for me. And I can't see this becoming a particularly regular occurrence, but it's a bit of a change, isn't it? Something a bit different. There should be another view from inside, I agree. Yes, I have got the Payware O'Hare. Yep. Oh, thanks, Mossy. Yeah, I was very, very excited. I was watching my numbers basically all morning from when I had 995, so it's good. Very good news. And thank you for being there from the beginning and continuing to come back. It's always nice to see you. No, I didn't sleep terribly well during those flights, Jason, no. There's some strange flickering going on in the cockpit of this aircraft, which I don't get on any of the others. Don't know what it's all about. Or maybe I do get it, but it's more obvious because of the darker colouring of the panel. Yeah, whatever. No biggie. Hello, ASUs. Asus Ask. Asus Ask You for Self, perhaps? Welcome to the stream. Oh, there is one more, is there? Okay, let's have a look. Is it this one? No. This is the only one that seems to be preset, and I've got to be honest, I don't know how you go from this to somewhere else. Hello Den 7007, is that a crying face? Crying sloth perhaps? Are you okay? Oh Mossy, don't worry, I don't expect you here from on the dot every time or at all. I'm sorry to hear you've been having family problems. I'm glad to hear they're better anyway. Yeah, I missed that as well. It's the control tower view particularly, Jason. External 12. I don't think I have an external 12, do I? Hang on. Let's see.
Speedbird 295.
Oh, maybe.
Oh,
it's just
level 340.
I hadn't dragged my window all the way up. There it is. Oh, that's better. I like that more. Good. Thanks, Caffel. Sometimes it's the simplest things that fox me. No, well, there were times, Dazza, when I woke up and the sim had crashed, or the plane had crashed, but with the quality payware aircraft, they were generally quite reliable. I've got a feeling I've just missed a climb clearance, have I? Climb and maintain light level 340. Yes, I have. So unfortunately the FMS in this isn't capable of calculating step climbs yet. But I don't think it is anyway. It'd normally be on the... No, there's nothing on the progress page. But SimBrief does factor them into your flight plan, so I will be doing step climbs throughout this flight. They just might not be quite as true to life as if they'd been calculated on the fly. A and shift. Oh yes, I did know that, I think.
Speedbird 295, you are off course. Turn left heading 275 to return to course.
Heading
not off course.
275 Speedbird 295.
Oh dear, what's going on here? So this thinks we should be going to Remsey. It's got a few waypoints missing. I must have made a bit of a mistake when importing the flight plan. But it's alright, once we make a left turn at Tenzo, we will be back on what they think our course should be. Okay, plane, I'll see you in a few hours, no worries. Yeah, A and shifter, yeah, I did know that. So if I go to that view, yes, there we are. Oh, yes, that is handy, that's worth remembering. This is a better wing view, or cabin view, or whatever it is, window view. So this flight we're doing, the BA295, seems to be operated by all sorts of aircraft at the moment. They've got some of the, they've got one of the new A350s on it. Got 787-9s and also 78. Well, that's not true. It isn't really ever flown by a 787-10, or it isn't yet anyway. But yeah, those two. And I think it used to be one of their 747 routes as well. Pretty sure I've flown it in a 744 in previous sims. Yeah, it probably is a business class route, yeah. Or at least premium economy. Yeah, the A350 is a great plane. There is someone working on an A350, but like all of these things, it's an incredibly complex project, and what often happens is people with a lot of enthusiasm and a little bit of experience announce that they're working on this, and then they never materialize. And we've never had a decent quality A350 in any sim, I don't think. I mean, I've not flown X-Plane very much, but certainly in Prepared and the previous Microsoft sims, we've never had one. Yes, it is an 8-hour flight, yeah, give or take. Brett, welcome to the stream, by the way. Yeah, I think you're right, LJ Vlogs. Yes. Yes, I have been on an A350. I went on one in February, actually, to Toronto. And I went to... Who else did I fly on one with? Oh, with Asiana, when I was going to Japan. I changed in Incheon and connected in Incheon, and there was an A350 on the first leg of that as well. Oh, nice, yeah. I've got to be honest, the 744s are my favourite aircraft to look at. I think they're just spectacular. But I never found them particularly comfortable to fly on. I only flew on... I've flown on them with KLM and with BA, and I found them cramped and noisy things, but nonetheless, great experience because they are so iconic. What's been the best flight that you lot have been on in the real world? Excuse me, just having a mouthful of cereal. Yeah, I had a really grim flight back from San Francisco on a 744 actually, for the same reason. The seat wasn't broken, but it was uncomfortable. The IFE didn't work, and it's just too long to be cramped into an old uncomfortable seat, isn't it? Yeah, the A380 is a beautiful plane to fly on. I agree. Funnily enough, that's trip when I flew on the A350. Oh no, it wasn't that flight. No, I went to Hong Kong on a 747 from Schiphol, and then back via Paris on an A380, and it was miles better. EasyJet isn't bad. EasyJet I quite like, I have to say. I don't think their product these days is really any worse than British Airways, on short haul at least. Oh, A380 to Sydney, that's incredible. I'd love to go to Australia. Ah, by magic, hi from Sydney, Australia. Hello, Brett. What time is it over there? Must be evening, I guess, is it? Sunday evening? I've never flown Virgin Atlantic, ever. Oh, business class to Cuba, amazing. Yeah. Did you like Cuba? I went a couple of years ago, cattle class, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, my very first flight was on an airline called Air 2000, which later became First Choice, I think, or it was integrated into First Choice. I don't know if it was an acquisition or a merger or just a name change. And it was a long time ago. Sunday 8:55 p.m. Right, good. Well, I hope you can stay awake till 4 a.m. or ish, Brett, and see the landing. It would show a disappointing lack of commitment if you couldn't. Right, yeah. Oh, I'm amazed someone else remembers Air 2000. Did you enjoy it, Jason? Was it a good flight, good trip? Yes, yeah, Havana's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. We did a bit of travelling around on the buses and visited various places, and I can't remember any of their names, but we went to this beautiful, beautiful beach quite early on. It was near a little fishing town, and the water was incredible, clear, and the beach was fairly empty. It wasn't very resorty or touristy. Amazing time. Hello, a Supertramp. Nice, a Supertramp. Nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. I'm an operations manager, Dazza, so yeah, a bit more behind the scenes. I go out on track quite a lot to deal with issues, but I don't actually drive the trains. No, I don't blame you, Brett. There's no way I'd be staying up for that long. I didn't sleep very well last night, so I'm not even convinced that I'll quite make it through till the landing. I'm joking, I will. Even if it means a little nap after lunch. I work in North London, Jason, on the LNE. Your airport's on Sim Market, Zanis. That's amazing. What is your airport? I'm going to take a look. Oh, everyone keeps recommending PACX and.
Speedbird 295 resume navigation.
Oh right. I thought you meant you created one.
Speedbird 295.
Yeah, PACX. Everyone recommends it. I've watched streams with it on. I've watched little videos. I can see the appeal. I don't think it's for me, but I might crack one day because people keep telling me how wonderful it is. No, I don't use. I don't use either On Air or FSE. Again, things that I might well enjoy if I tried them, but I just like flying. I like recreating real-world flights, basically, when I'm doing IFR. And when I'm flying VFR, I tend to fly where I want to fly. Do you know what I mean? So, again, it doesn't hugely appeal, having this sort of simulated company and that sort of thing. But maybe I should think outside the box a bit more. Ah, right, yes, I remember you now. Yeah, so flight crew is to me, has the best bits of PACX, sort of the cabin announcements and that sort of thing, without the bits I don't particularly need, like the green dots and the assessment of my flying and that. Yeah, Barcelona's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. In fact, I think probably for my next short haul, I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided. Because we're flying to America, I sort of feel that we should probably do a little bit of flying around America once we get there. Oh, okay, Zanis, enjoy your breakfast. But on the other hand, I do want to do Nantes back to Barcelona. If only so that I can have a flight that doesn't crash, hopefully. So for those of you who are interested, we have left England and we are just approaching the east coast of the Isle of Man, and you can see a little bit of the island just below in the gaps in the clouds. Flight Crew A320 isn't implemented to the same extent as FS2 Crew products were in previous sims. The first officer could do a lot more switching, and it could read a lot more data from the sim, like your V speeds and various other things. But it's, to be honest, for the price, it does a lot more than I was expecting. Interestingly, the bar at the top is not reading our altitude correctly or our ground speed, and this is one of the problems I had with it before. So I'm going to try disabling it and turning it back on again and see if that works. No. See, other people managed to get this working properly, and I don't know why it isn't for me. Let me just check the altitude. Yeah, so we are at flight level 340. And what is our ground speed? 583. Gosh, that's really good. 503. Right, I'm going to try disconnecting it and connecting it again. Flight data. Right, is that gone? No. Fortunately, I've got 7.5 hours to play with this, so I'll get there. If it's possible to get there, I'll do it. Is the 7? Sorry, let me just catch up with your messages. Ground speed seems low. Well, so the airspeed will drop as the pressure drops. That's to be expected. But the ground speed is about what I'd expect, to be honest. We've got a bit of a tailwind. 20. Oh no, I don't know. Again, I'm relying on this arrow. Can't work out where that's coming from. So we've got a crosswind essentially from 203, but it's a slight tailwind. So the ground speed obviously is the speed we're moving across the ground. Airspeed is reliant on the outside pressure. So the higher you get, the lower your airspeed will be relative to your ground speed and Mach. Is the 787 hard to learn? No, I don't think it is. If you're coming from the 737, you shouldn't find it too hard. There are a lot of features in this sim that aren't implemented that have been in previous sims, but yeah, in a way that makes it easier. There's less to fiddle with. Yeah, variation would be good. It would be nice to have. I think you can. I'm sure I've read that you can use your own audio files. So if you're able to get hold of, say, a British Airways cabin announcement pack, then you should be able to just replace them. Hello, Spider Steve. Yeah, the autopilot's a lot better than it used to be. I mean, I flew this plane when the sim first came out, and it was hopeless. But today we've done a complete climb just using LNAV and VNAV, and it's done pretty well. and I haven't yet experienced the wobble that I know other people experience. Hello Liam Witherow. Liam, nice to see you, welcome to the stream. Right, let me go back to trying to sort out the overlay quickly. How am I getting auto throttle working? It just works. You have to have it armed, and you have to use the so arm it first, press the auto throttle button, and that's it. That's all I've done. Right, I'm going to put the overlay back in and we'll see if it works. Add browser source, add a new source. So it hasn't got our altitude bang on, but it's close enough. Our ground speed's right. ETA seems about right. We'll see how it goes.
Speedbird 295 contact Scottish Centre on 119.87. Good day.
Yeah, so the display is out because it's using its own calculated speed from the VNav here. So if I was to intervene by pressing the button, then the speed would come back, and we've got 0.84 Mach.
Set to Speedbird 295 at flight level 340.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact.
I've got the latest developers build. I always use the developers build, and I've never had a problem with it. So once I started doing that, I haven't bothered with any of the stable builds. Yeah, so this is what happens. It just seems to lose touch with what's going on occasionally, this overlay. But yeah, only the altitude's wrong out of all of that from what I can see. So we're over Northern Ireland now, and if there is a break in the clouds we might even get a glimpse of Belfast, which should be just coming up to our left. Can't see anything, unfortunately. True, true. I'm going to try another announcement from AirTool.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be passing through a speed endurance. Please check the magazine in front of you for the full menu, as well as our duty-free offers.
There's some people who would love that, I'm sure. My cat's decided to get very, very involved and climb on the computer desk, unfortunately. Not a fan of Boeing, Spider Steve. For some reason, short haul I prefer the Airbus, long haul I prefer a Boeing. No real logic to it. I mean to fly in. Yeah, it's the same actually. It's the same. Okay, no, fair enough. I'm not sure how accurate that ETA is that you see up there. It seems pretty short. So that's what, 6 hours 20 minutes. Well, it's possible. It's possible. What does pilot 2ATC think? It thinks we'll be there in 6.5 hours. So yeah. Obviously the winds are with us today. Yeah, that is the beauty of simulating Ryanair flights, Kathleen. Nothing you do can be that much worse than real life. Yeah, I'm still waiting for my... No, I haven't ordered the Airbus stick and throttle, but I've ordered a replacement T16000. And it was supposed to be with me by the 10th of November. And I haven't heard anything. Yeah, but it's quite so the wind isn't a tailwind. The arrow is broken. It's actually a crosswind from the left. But it's there's a tailwind component. But generally over the North Atlantic, winds are westerly. So I would expect them to be against us, but maybe that's not always the case. I'm not sure. No, I'm using the Microsoft Store version. I'm not aware of any opt-in to development options. I think it's something they're talking about. But I was on the alpha from the start, so about a year ago. Is it a year ago? No, not quite. Can't remember when the alpha first came out. And I haven't heard of an option to test a development build. Yeah, so that TCA Airbus stick, I'm pretty sure, is the same as the one I've ordered, but just a different colour. It's the same as the one I use now as well. It looks identical, but mine's orange and that one is blue, and they're good sticks. I'd quite like the throttles, but I don't really have room for them. So we're just overhead Derry, Londonderry now. And we'll be crossing from Northern Ireland into the Republic very shortly. And then it's only a very thin slip of land and we're out over the Atlantic. You did warn me. Yeah, I know the throttle is small, but I just have a very, very small desk in the corner of my room. I think I've said this before, but my plan is to get my loft boarded out, and once I've done that, then I'll have loads of room, and I will get more stuff to sim with.
Speedbird 2905 contact Shannon Center on 132.15. Enjoy your afternoon.
Center on 132.15 Speedbird 2905. Center Speedbird 2905 at flight level 340.
Speedbird 2905, good afternoon.
I never turned my landing
Radar
lights off, did I?
contact.
Oh, I did. Good for me. Okay, Pablo, no problem at all. So our estimated time en route from here is 6 hours 25 minutes. So it's a little bit shorter than I anticipated. Yes, yeah, about that. Let me just work it out. What are we now? 10:15, 11, 12, 13, 16. Yeah, probably be landing about 16:45. But if you want to be sure of seeing it, yeah, I'd be back for 4. 1600 soon. Excellent. See you soon, Jason. Enjoy your Sunday. Well, it's nice of you to pop back to tell us that anyway. I love Minecraft. Now I'm going to go and get on with a few things shortly as well. And I'll be back for the step climbs, and obviously I'll be back for well in time for the descent, but yeah, I'm not going to sit here glued to it. I might get some nice music lined up for the cruise. Yeah, a bit of blues seems appropriate, doesn't it? So meals on board. Well, we've got quite a limited selection because I haven't been shopping for a while. But we've got some smoked mackerel and salad, which will be served at in a couple of hours' time. Also got a sausage roll as a little snack, but I've only got one and I'm going to eat that, so you can't have any of that, I'm afraid. And then shortly before descent, maybe an apple and a packet of crisps, something along those lines.
Speedbird 295 contact Scottish Centre on 119.87. Have a good one.
Centre on 119.87 Speedbird 295. Centre Speedbird 295 at flight level 340.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact.
I'm British, I love Minecraft. What about you? Oh no, I don't want vocals. Don't want vocals. Let's try something else. Oh, you're Canadian. Right. Which part of Canada are you from? This is more like it, isn't it? Oh, thank you, Liam. Yeah, they do. They used to have they had a huge fleet of 747s, but they've retired them all because of COVID. And yeah, they do only have 4 787-10s at the moment. But their whole short-haul fleet is Airbus. And I'll do my best to be careful. Oh, now the cloud breaks. Now we're out over the Atlantic and there's nothing to look at. Wouldn't you just know it? I can't divert, but there might be some kind of Deliveroo option, I think. Air-to-air McDonald's delivery. Yeah, I think they do have 4 787-10s. They've got a lot more Dash 8 and Dash 9s. I think, well, originally they took delivery of 2, but I think they've got more now. Gonna Google it. Yep, they have got 4 with 8 on order, or with 8 orders. Yeah, I think you're right. I think very few airlines still have any 747s, other than the new 800s, which presumably are more efficient. Oh, that's right, Mossy. It will be... No, I don't think I have answered it. Local time should be 15:05 scheduled. But if we're landing at 16:30, then it'll be earlier than that. Can't work it out. It'll either be about 14:30 or about 13:30. Must be 14:30, I think. No, I'm gonna find out the definitive answer for you. 16:30. Zulu in Chicago. Oh, hang on. So the time that's shown at the top there is, of course, the real-world time. And so we are... How long ahead of the real-world time are we? 2 hours? I don't know. I really can't work it out. I really can't work it out. But it'll be around about 3 o'clock. Oh, right, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm just going by Wikipedia. That says they have 4 now. Oh, did you, Spider? Did you like it? I suppose you did. Everyone likes their hometown, don't they? I've been to Chicago once, and I thought it was a great city. Yeah, I'm tempted by those honeycomb yolks, but flying predominantly Airbus aircraft, it's less realistic than a joystick, really, isn't it? Whereabouts do you live now, Steve? Oh, wow. Now that is somewhere I could quite happily move to tomorrow. Yeah, I get what you mean. Life has a way of being much the same wherever you are, but at least you got nice weather. Nice weather and the sea. Yeah, I'm with you, Dazza.
Speedbird 295, contact Chandwick Oceanic Center on 123.905. Enjoy your afternoon.
Center on 123.905, Speedbird 295. Center Speedbird 295 at flight level 340.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact.
That's interesting. Are there really no season changes? Is it the temperature, the rain and everything much the same all year round? Or is it just less pronounced than in other parts of the world? Yeah, I can't imagine a Christmas that's warm. I'd like to experience it at some point, but I can't imagine it feeling quite right. Where are you going to fly to, Dazza? Have you decided yet? Okay. 80 Fahrenheit. Going to have to convert that into Celsius, I can't picture it. 80 Fahrenheit is... Oh, 26. That is just right. I would have assumed it would be hotter, and I was a bit worried it might be slightly too hot for me. But no, 26, 27 degrees Celsius. I can cope with that. I might have to come and move in with you, Steve, I'm afraid. What do you, if you don't mind me asking, what do you do out in Oahu? Oh, okay, cool. Oh, Kos is fantastic. Yeah, I keep meaning to do another flight there after my disastrous first attempt. I really crunched the landing quite badly. You've reminded me. I will add it to my list of destinations to stream. Glad it's not just me, Dazza. Oh, is it? Is it very pricey? So are you retired now when you say you're an ex-mechanic? Is that, did you move out there for your retirement? Or? Right, nice. Living the romantic dream, eh? Fall in love, move to the opposite end of the country. Oh, bad luck, LJ Vlogs. I can imagine. I can imagine the frustration. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine that must have been quite a culture shock. And a temperature shock as well. Right, well, it's about time for our first step climb, so we'll request flight level 360 and see what happens. Shanwick Oceanic, Speedbird 295, request climb flight level 360.
Speedbird 295, climb and maintain flight level 360.
Climb and maintain flight level 360, Speedbird 295.
Started climbing and then it decided not to bother. Let's try pressing it again. Ah, here we go. No, this is Pilot to ATC, which is an add-on I use for all my flights at the moment. It's voice controlled, and I've got a bit of a love-hate relationship with it, to be honest. But when I started using it, I was very, very impressed. Now there are things about it that frustrate me. You have to be very specific in what you say, and sometimes they ignore you, and sometimes they give you ridiculous descent instructions. But it's quite a lot less ridiculous than the default ATC. They do a 10-day free trial if you want to try it out. There's a link in my YouTube description. I'll paste it for you. I've also been playing around with VATSIM a fair bit, and that's obviously the most realistic option. But there are two things I don't like about it. Firstly, you have to fly at very specific times of the day if you want to have full ATC coverage. And secondly, it's just a lot more stressful. What I'd really like is some kind of hybrid online ATC system whereby it's essentially VATSIM, and where there's no coverage, they have AI controllers. That would be brilliant. But I don't suppose it'll ever happen. I've made a lot of mistakes, and to be honest, some of the controllers are a bit irritable and touchy, but mostly they are quite nice. And you can put in your comments that you're new to VATSIM, and each controller can read that and hopefully be a bit more sympathetic as a result. And you can also send them messages. If I'm confused about something and I don't want to make a fool of myself on the radio, I'll just type a message. It's odd because I've been using sort of the best ATC add-ons for Sims for years, and it's still a very different feeling. Both in terms of realism and in terms of feeling incompetent. I see the bar at the top hasn't updated our altitude for some reason. The rest of it still seems to be updating though. Our ETA has got later, presumably because of a stronger headwind. Yep, that would be it. You don't have to publicly announce you're a newbie. It's sort of, it goes in your vPilot client, and only the air traffic controllers can see it, unless other pilots are very keen to have a look on the VATSIM map, and then I think they might be able to see it. But no one's going to know, really. Right, I think I'm going to put on some slightly different music, because it was alright, but it wasn't great. And then I'm going to disappear for a little bit. We'll have my Trevor Kowalski playlist. Bit of classical-ish. Right, so as I said earlier, I am going to disappear. I'll be back for the step climbs, and I will of course be back for the descent. And I'll keep half an eye on the chat throughout the day, so I'll pick up on anything important, but it might take me a while. Yeah, I know. Add-ons are a wonderful thing, but they do increase your workload quite a lot, don't they? Right, I will see you in a little while. Enjoy the flight till then. See, I go away for 2 minutes and already people are casting aspersions about me. I can guarantee no one has ever heard me go to the toilet. And LJ Vlogs, the best time to come back for the descent would probably be around about... So our ETA is going to be in 6 hours. Top of descent about 45 minutes before then. I'd say if you're back for 3:45, so 15:45 Zulu, that should be yeah, that should be safe, and you'll be able to see if I'm nearly there or not. Right, I'm going to get on with my washing up now. See you in a bit. Hello everyone, I'm back. I've done my washing up, taken the rubbish out, and I'm here to catch up. Jared, sorry, no chicken wings. I can do you a sausage roll. That's as close as I've got. Nanjil, nice to see you. Welcome to the stream. Legendary crowds, yeah, they're fantastic, aren't they? Really fantastic. And Supertramp, ask away. I'll see if I can answer it. Yes, so during descent, the aircraft should follow your constraints, but only down to the level that you've set in the FCU. So yeah, you'd need to set, in theory, you should be able to set an altitude of 0 and then press selected altitude. And it should also start the descent without you doing that, but that doesn't work in the sim. And the autopilot, does it follow constraints? It's getting better at it, but there's still some weird behaviour. So I tend to use managed altitude mode, like I've just described, but I'm ready to step in with selected altitude if it starts going wrong. Does that make sense? So basically it won't descend below the altitude that you've set in the autopilot, whatever your constraints say. Okay. Right, okay. The decel point doesn't show up in the right place on the nav display, generally, but it's, I think it should be around about where the aircraft expects to get to 10,000 feet, so it'll be where it decelerates to 250 knots, and you should get another decel point near where you start your actual approach, where the aircraft should begin slowing down to your flap extension speed. The overlay's broken again. I'll try turning it off and on again. No, I don't, Grow Noob Show. No, I haven't experienced that. The presets, the cloudy preset always works for me. Sometimes the live weather doesn't, if that's what you're referring to. And I don't know how to fix that either. I had it all day yesterday, just clear skies and standard winds. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I missed that. Appreciated. And the same to you, Shamnator, if you're still with us. And Spider Steve. This is what happens when you step away from the computer. You miss all of these nice things happening. Yeah, it's worth going on the official forums, I'd say. There are some people who have found workarounds to certain things. I haven't found the answer to that. But yeah, submit a bug report, post it on the bug report forum so it can be upvoted, and hopefully they'll look into it. But I think live weather is one of those things that they are very keen to fix, so I'm sure it'll happen. It's just a question of when. Did I see my aircraft do a U-turn? What? No. Is that a joke? I nearly had a funny turn then. We are still there. Yeah, we're still heading the right way. How far into the flight am I? About a third of the way? No, not even that. I'd say nearly a quarter of the way. And good morning, Jared. It's very, very nice to see you. Yeah, it's still quite buggy. It's still quite buggy. I don't think you can rely on those constraints. It also depends if they have a plus or a minus next to them. So there are 3 types of constraints you can put into the MCDU. Yeah, I thought you probably were, but I wasn't sure, Jared. There are 3 types of constraints you can put into the MCDU. Either at or above, which has a plus sign before it, at or below, which has a minus sign before it, or at this altitude. And for some reason you cannot yet set that in the MCDU like you should be able to. So that's another reason why they can't be relied upon, really. Absolutely. Hello, Grace. Good morning to you, and welcome to the stream. Have you got Grace into flight simulation yet, Dazza? Do you see other players' planes? You do, yes you do, if you turn on all traffic. I don't tend to because it's far too much messing around and having fun for my liking. That other people do. But I do have live traffic on. No, I didn't, Jared. No, that's quite impressive. See, that's the sort of thing that'll earn you the big bucks, I imagine, with Twitch subscribers and that sort of thing. YouTube subscribers. I should probably spend a bit more time watching other people stream, I think. Oh, good. It's nice to meet you virtually, Grace. Well, it's impressive he got it down with no engines, I must say. Brilliant. How old is she? This is another good excuse to add to my list of poor landing excuses. I'll just say I was doing it for Grace because she likes this sort of thing. She'll get there then. Couple more years, she'll be as hooked as you are, I'm sure. Actually, I don't know. Probably works the opposite way, doesn't it? When your dad's into something, it's something you try and avoid. No, Grace, tell your dad to let you have a go. It's great fun flying planes. Hello little Jenny, thank you very much. And welcome to the stream. Yeah, GA flights are good, this is true. I'm enjoying my little tour around the UK. And this is the first sim where I've ever really wanted to do any GA flying because it's the only one that's had believable scenery. Good. I didn't know there were others though, Dazza. I thought I was the only stream you watched. That's quite... well, it's quite soul destroying to be honest with you. I feel so betrayed. Sorry, what's that, Jenny? You'll be heading to the virtual airport. Okay, good, good. Where are you flying from today? Welcome back, Zanis. Nice to see you back again. Oh, nice, nice, nice. What did you miss, Zanis? Very little. You might have missed a step climb. Hello D-Tech Plays, thank you for the sub. So yes, we're now at flight level 360. I know the bar at the top isn't quite reflecting that, but yeah. I'll tell you where we are. If Navigraph will actually show me the route, which it doesn't like doing at the moment for some reason, even though that's its entire job. Good, good. Yeah, I suppose, you know, there's no harm in watching other people to remind yourself of how much more you enjoy watching me. So yeah, we are over the Atlantic. We are south of Greenland, and we're about halfway between the coast of Ireland and the tip of Greenland, I would say. Do I mean Greenland? Maybe I don't. El Diablito, hello, nice to see you too. Thank you. Yeah, it's very exciting to be past 1,000. I'm doing alright, yeah, I'm doing well. This is my first long haul stream and I'm sort of trying to find a balance between being engaged and chatting to people and getting on with a few other things here and there. I'm not sure I'm getting it quite right. But yeah, so far so good, I'd say. How are things with you? Oh right, I haven't come across Two-Tone Murphy. I will look them up. Yeah, Heathrow to Sydney would be an epic journey. I've done it. I have done it in 2 stages in the 777 in Prepared. So yeah, I did the Singapore route. Oh, in fact, no. What did I flew direct Heathrow to? Oh, where is it that Qantas have a direct flight to in a 787? Can't remember. Somewhere on the west coast. Anyway, I flew there. I did a bit of flying around Australia, and then I flew back via Singapore in the 777. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. The VNav and LNav seem to be working perfectly. I haven't had any autopilot issues. It was a little bit funny on takeoff. We had a bit of wing drop. I don't know if people noticed. I certainly noticed. I just didn't remark on it at the time. And when you're coming into land, it really doesn't want to land. You have to point it down a lot more than you would in real life. But other than that, it's quite good to fly so far. Perth, that's the one, yeah. I did Heathrow to Perth. Yeah, Two-Tone Murphy's videos do look good. I'm just having a look with the sound off, exploring some interesting places. Yeah, I did the same really, LJ Vlogs. I did a couple of chores and then I thought, oh, I may as well come back and say hello. Welcome back. I think, is it 18 hours? Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Again, it was an overnight one. I set it going and went to bed. Oh yeah, don't go and watch him now. Once I've done my tour of the UK, which is taking a farewell to be honest, because we're in a 152 and doing it in quite little steps, I would quite like to do something similar around Japan, probably. Haven't totally decided. Caribbean, I'd like to see more of. South America, I'd like to see more of. But I'm doing some flying on Tuesday evenings with in the MSFS Bush Pilots Discord group flying, and they're doing, or we're doing, I should say, I suppose, a tour of all of South America, and it's spectacular, some of it. So yeah, I might recreate some of that as well. Good, enjoy, LJ Vlogs, enjoy. GTA, I mean, obviously it's not anything like as realistic as this, but the sheer number of things that you can simulate in that game are quite impressive. I don't think I've ever flown any of the aircraft in it, but it's really absorbing for that reason, because you can just do so much, can't you? I was never very good at it because I'm not very good at shooting straight, but yeah, I had some fun back in the day. These textures don't stand up to close inspection, do they? I'll move away a little. Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, I thought they'd fixed the backwards or the mirrored whatnot on this on the 787, but they haven't yet. Hello, Reneved. Thank you for the or Reneved. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Anyway, we've got the correct decals on the sides, so that's the main thing. We can now look at this aircraft from both sides. That sounds a lot of fun, LJ. I didn't even know there were jet fighters in GTA. It does sound fun, yeah. Where will I land if I have a total engine failure right now? I will probably go for Keflavik, just south of Iceland at the moment. Trying to set up a sort of a GoPro type view out the front here. It's not too bad, too bad. Yes, quite. To be honest, I'm not confident we would make it with a total engine failure. It's quite a long way off. But here's to hoping we never have to find out. They are. They are. I've never seen anything like these clouds in any other sim. The lighting's good as well. The sky colours and that. I'm doing alright, Zanis. I'm not too bored yet. You lot are keeping me entertained. I'm going to take a lunch break soon. Yeah, it is. It is. I think all flying must get boring in the end, but particularly long haul. I guess the perks of having a few days off at your destination and the money make up for it. But yeah, I don't think I'd want to do this sort of thing day in, day out. Oh, the weather in London has perked up a lot. It's quite sunny now. I wasn't expecting that. It's supposed to be raining all day. Tomorrow I might even leave the house. Yeah, I certainly think these long hauls are something it's nice to do once in a while for a bit of a change, but I can't see them becoming a regular feature on Filbert Flies. There is an A330 mod, Jared. Yeah, there is. But much like the CRJ mod, I think, and I might be wrong, but I think it's really just a visual mod, so it looks like you're flying an A330, but really it feels like you're still flying an A320. So I don't have that much interest in trying it out. I'll probably hold off for Aerosoft to bring their A330 across, which I've never actually used. But I'd quite like to give it a go. Yeah, short haul is more engaging, isn't it? But you do get a tremendous sense of satisfaction after completing a long haul fly, I think. Like when I used to fly long haul in previous sims in the PMDG 747, I planned it all, set it all up, and spent about an hour on the ground getting everything ready. Took off, went to bed, got up, and you see the sun rising as you pass the coast of Ireland and make a beautiful landing at Heathrow. That's a really good feeling. That's what I like about long haul flying. Oh really, LJ Buzz? Is that true? I hadn't heard that. That is exciting. Really? Toilets down? I didn't know it had a downstairs. I don't think I've ever flown on one, actually. So what, sort of below the passenger cabin, you mean? Surely not. Cargo hold. I'm going to have to Google this. A330 cargo hold toilet. Blimey, it's true. It is true. I never. You learn something every day. Yeah, Heathrow to LAX. I did consider that. That was one of my options for this flight. Or Heathrow to Seattle I was considering actually, but mostly because that is a real-world 787-10 route. But I thought it was just a little bit too long even for me. I'll be using whatever the real weather is, Zanis, and it looks very similar to the weather we left in London, actually. Sort of overcast, bit drizzly. Got an overcast at a height of 1,000 feet, so we won't have that much visibility on arrival. And the forecast is for that overcast to lower, actually. No chance, no chance. 14 knot crosswind from the southwest. This is the beauty of live weather, you know, you take the rough with the smooth. Today it looks like it's going to be middling. No, don't expect a smooth landing. I don't have enough experience in this plane to make promises about how good the landing will be. I'm fairly confident we'll get it down. I'm fairly confident nothing will break, but that's as far as I'm prepared to go. That's so interesting. I wonder why only certain of the A330s had that. It seems like quite a good idea. Oh, are you, Jenny? Yeah, it doesn't look like it'll be too bad. There are gusts of up to 24 knots predicted, so it's not exactly calm, but certainly landable, and it'll be on our nose more or less. 230, we're landing probably runway 28 right, so yeah, it should be manageable. Yeah, I'm lucky to have a joystick. It's a little bit broken and I've ordered a new one, but yeah, it's crazy how hard it is to get your hands on one these days. In fact, I'm going to have to ask Amazon what's going on with mine, because they said it would be delivered by the 10th and it hasn't been. It's a shame that they're not flying anymore. Yeah, someone should know. Well, Aerosoft are doing one. I don't know how deep they're going with the interior. Oh! Now, I don't want to rub salt into the wound, but I've just seen that my order status has been updated and my new joystick is arriving tomorrow. So that's good news. Yeah, same here, Jared. As I said earlier, I don't really want to clutter things up more than they already are with the throttle. Plus, I'm alright using the one that's built into the joystick, to be honest. It's not quite as tactile as having proper levers, but built-in throttles have done me well enough for 20 odd years. I've got no huge desire to change them. Thank you, LDR in flight. Nice to see you, and nice of you to say so. It's the reviews that did it, you know. The reviews get me more subscribers than anything else, including that incredibly long A320 tutorial I did. Would I get the honeycomb one? What, the honeycomb yoke? Or the honeycomb? No, I don't think I would. I don't think I would. I don't want a yoke because I mostly fly Airbuses. And I don't want their throttle quadrant particularly because it's designed for GA, and I don't do as much GA flying as I do airliner flying. Unless they do an airliner one, I'm not overly familiar with their products. No, I still haven't tried PackX, no. I just don't want it. I know people love it, and maybe I would love it if I had it, but nah, it's not something I want to spend money on. I can't remember if you were here earlier, and if you are, if you heard me talk about this. No, I haven't, LDR. No. It looks good. It looks good, and it's very fairly priced, I'd say. It's tricky though, isn't it, with Gaia bringing out their version fairly soon, probably. I mean, if they send me a press copy, I will, of course, definitely review it. Do I want to spend $10 on it? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I want someone else to do a review. Oh, that's interesting. Orbex Dundee, eh? Go and have a little look myself. I went for the same again, El Diablito, so I went for a Thrustmaster T16000M, which is essentially the same as the one you get with the Airbus setup, but it's orange and it's a bit cheaper. Yes, this Dundee airport looks alright. I definitely think it's closer to the Leeds-Bradford side of things than the Gothenburg side of things, though, put it that way. The terminal building window textures look quite blurry from here. You know, in spite of that, it looks nice. Looks nice. was quite enjoying the break in scenery releases, to be honest with you. I've just been spending every waking hour doing, well, not every, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but several hours a day doing add-on reviews lately. Welcome back, Lolvane. Yes, the North America update is quite exciting. They're throwing in a few, I think, is it 4 new airports? 4 new handcrafted airports? And I assume at least some of those will be done by Gaia, which is promising. Thank you, Senna. The sim looks quite good as well, doesn't it? Hello, Wissam. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Yes, Atlanta is one of them. And I feel a bit sorry for I've forgotten who it was who was releasing Atlanta. Imagine Sim. Yeah, I feel a bit sorry for them. So we're about almost halfway through our Atlantic crossing at the moment. We are about to be handed off from Shanwick Oceanic to Gander Oceanic. Oh, that's all right, Senna. Nice to see you. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, it does, and it might be. I haven't looked at Atlanta yet. I had some Imagine Sim sceneries prepared, and they were spectacular. I think it was them who did Singapore, wasn't it? I can't remember. So many developers. Yes, it was. And their Singapore was absolutely fantastic. It was one of the best sceneries I had for that sim. So hopefully their Atlanta will also be good enough to be worth the upgrade. Right, I think I am going to go and have my lunch break. So I'll leave you in the capable hands of the autopilot. And I'll be back in, I don't know, within an hour. Yeah, it'd be a hell of a review, wouldn't it? Yep, I'll see you shortly.
Speedbird 295 contact Gander Domestic Center on 125.07. Have a nice day.
Center on 125.07 Speedbird 295. Center Speedbird 295 at flight level 360.
Speedbird 295, good morning. Radar contact. Speedbird 295 contact Gander Domestic Center on 132.1. Have a good afternoon.
Center on 132.1 Speedbird 295. Center Speedbird 295 at flight level 360.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact. Speedbird 295 contact Narsarsuak Center on 121.3. Enjoy your afternoon.
Center on 121.3 Speedbird 295. Center Speedbird 295 at flight level 360.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact.
Hello everybody, I'm back from my lunch. I haven't found the answer, Pablo, to how many toilets there are on British Airways 787-10. Yeah, I don't know. My guess, probably about 8. Now, part of the reason I've come back is because we're about to cross the southern tip of Greenland. And with a bit of luck with the clouds, we might get a glimpse of it. It's always one of my favourite parts of any transatlantic flight in the real world, so hopefully the weather will be with us. But it doesn't look like it's going to be, does it? We'll see if we can get down there in the drone below this cloud level. Let's have a proper look, but could take a little while. Oh yeah, there we are. Is that... Oh yes, that was worth it, wasn't it? Yeah, I did, thank you, Jenny. Yeah, I had some smoked mackerel, some salad, a packet of crisps, and a piece of chocolate Swiss roll for dessert. So yeah, it was a hearty lunch. Started healthily, ended up better. Here we are. Little drone footage of Greenland for you. Oh, thanks you, El Diablito. Thanks for looking now. I'd have expected a little more snow and ice than this, to be honest. Every time I've seen it from the air, it's been totally white. But who knows? Who knows? That will suffice, I think. Let's try and find our aircraft. Yeah, it's a happy coincidence, that, isn't it? So I think, let me just double check what the stream's doing. Yeah, this overlay is completely wrong. It's not updating our ETA, it's not updated our altitude. So it just doesn't seem to know where we are. So I'll turn it off because there's nothing worse than fake news at the top of the screen. Where is it? Where's the source? Is it there? Yeah, there we are. Gone. So we're just off the southern tip of Greenland at the moment, LJ Vlogs. Welcome back. Yeah, it's true. It's the what do they call it? I know there's a name for geometry, the sort of geometry files. Terrain vector. It's the terrain vector stuff that needs a bit of work, and I think they're doing that as they do their world updates. Whether they'll ever get as far as Greenland or not, I don't know. Oh no, why have I made the chat disappear? Oh, it's alright, it's just refreshed. I think it's still working. Yeah. So you can see a little bit of land down below, just about, under the nose here. It's a pity this bank of clouds didn't end a little bit sooner. Never mind. There will be other Atlantic crossings. So we're about, I would say, over 2/3 of the way across the Atlantic now. So it shouldn't be too long before we see the northeastern edge of Canada coming into view. So our centre fuel tank is empty, so we can turn those fuel pumps off now. Will it break everything? I don't quite trust the fuel system on this aircraft, so I'm not going to do that. Doesn't really matter that it's empty. I just had a horrible flashback to when I turned off the fuel cross feed on the A32NX recently, and both engines shut down. Even though we didn't need the fuel cross feed on, so I'll leave well alone. Yeah, absolutely, Jenny. I did manage to restart them, but Kevin, who I was flying with, did the same thing, and they wouldn't restart. So, or he only lost one, I think. But yeah, he had to divert. Good afternoon, Darren. How are you? Nice to see you here. Thank you. Yeah, I was very excited to pass 1,000. Hello, Samsonite. Yeah, still quite a long way to go. Not too far till we make landfall in Canada, but I would say we are only just over halfway, really. So our ETA will be... got about 4 hours left to run, so should be down at about 17:10 Zulu, something like that. Our ETA has been increasing because of the headwinds. Indeed, that is where we are headed. Just having a look at a map of Canadian territories and provinces, so I can try and work out which ones we're actually flying over. I believe that we'll start off over Newfoundland. Which I'm never sure I'm saying right. But yes, I'm pretty convinced by that now. Yeah, so we'll be flying over Newfoundland, then down over Quebec. And then probably Ontario. Yep, down over Ontario. about it, I think. Those are the only ones we're going to cross. Possibly Manitoba. Would help if the map would keep still. I was trying to look at it. No, just Ontario, I think. Yes, Dundee and Zurich are both out, yeah. Just when I thought I was going to have a little bit of peace on the review front. Got two more to consider. I've also got to do Olbia Costa Brava at some point. But it is quite relentless, the pace of scenery releases at the moment. Do you know, it was supposed to be raining all day here, Samsonite, but it's cheered up a lot. It was really grey and overcast and raining when we set off from Heathrow this morning. But now I've got blue skies. And part of the reason I decided to do a long haul today was because the weather was going to be so rubbish. And don't get me wrong, I'm glad I'm doing this flight. But, yeah, quite looking forward to perhaps leaving the house later on, just for a bit of fresh air. I wonder if the weather front that we started off with has moved east and is now what you're experiencing. Warn you, I love Minecraft. Should not be coming as a surprise that this is a long flight. Yes, yeah, I watched their live streams. Oh, not live stream, premiere, I think it was. Quite excited about Stansted. I was hoping for Gatwick, I won't lie to you. But it'll be good to have a decent Stansted for when the PMTG 737 comes across, so that we can do some Ryanair flights. Yeah, now someone posted a link to a podcast with Matthias Koch about the release of the CRJ, and I never listened to it, but my understanding is that, I just haven't had time to listen to it, my understanding is that they're still hoping to maybe get that out by the end of the year. But then Aerosoft don't have a great history of on-time releases, so I'm not holding my breath. But I'll certainly be snapping it out when it is released. Yeah, me too, I love Minecraft. I'd like to think that by next summer it might be possible. I know, I was as surprised as you, Samson. Yeah, I think everyone has a bit of a love-hate relationship with Microsoft, don't they? Most people hate them, but that's because they haven't flown this sim. Yeah, I'd sort of... yeah, I'd had enough of Prepared, to be honest with you, and I'd stopped flying for a good few months. And then I saw they were recruiting for the Alpha. I thought, oh, yes, I'll get involved in that. And I'm sure one day I'll tire of this sim as well, but I just can't imagine it at the moment. Oh, I didn't know they bought Bethesda. Oh, right, and they confirmed it was broken, did they?
Speedbird 295 contact Gander Domestic Center on 124.72. Have a nice day.
Good luck, Jenny. Good luck with your landing.
124.72 Speedbird 295.
It's interesting that we're being handed off to Gander Domestic. I would have assumed we were still over Gander Oceanics territory here.
Center Speedbird 295 at flight level 360.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact.
Is that what you've got, Samsung PS5? Or is that even out? So you're basically committed to PlayStation, are you? I imagine that's why it's a problem. Oh right, that's the release date, is it, the 18th? I'm very out of the loop about consoles. Hello, Mbek Mom, nice to see you. I've landed the 787, gosh, how many times? In Prepared, I've probably landed it, the Quality Wings one, 10 times, something like that. I flew it a reasonable amount to start off with and then went back to short hauls. This one, in this sim, I have landed twice. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. Oh, okay. Oh, that's good news that it's not broken. I love Minecraft. Hopefully, hopefully that'll heal a lot quicker and be less painful than it would have been if it was broken. That's good news. Right, well, good luck with that, Samson. I hope you managed to get your hands on one. I think I just had my microphone muted. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm going to reply to all these messages again. I love Minecraft. I'm really pleased your friends are looking after you. It's really nice when something like this happens to know that you've got them around. MBait Mom, yes, I did. I chatted a whole load of nonsense about the Mega Pain Pack that you probably didn't hear. I'm excited about the A220. The others I'm not sure about because I think they might just be reskins with different external models of the default planes rather than having their own flight model and cockpit, but I'm not sure, I might be wrong. Where are we over the Atlantic? We are... I'll try and show you a map. Sort of the western bit of the North Atlantic now. So this is our current position. So we are about halfway between the southern tip of Greenland and the eastern coast of Canada, which makes us comfortably over halfway through the flight, I think.
Speedbird 295
128.32 Speedbird 295. Center Speedbird 295 at flight level 360.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact.
No, we're over halfway, I love Minecraft, but we're not much over halfway. I'll show you the map again. So this is where we started. Over here. This is where we are now. And this is where we're ending up in Chicago. So yeah, I mean, over halfway, but not much. It's a long old flight.
Speedbird 295, contact Gander Domestic Center on 124.72. Have a good afternoon.
Center on 124.72 Speedbird 295.
So we've got about 3 hours and 40 minutes left to run, something like that.
Center Speedbird 295 at flight level.
It should get us in before 5 o'clock Zulu.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact.
I mean, I know what you mean, I love Minecraft. These long haul flights are not much fun. I've got to be honest, I expected people to come for the takeoff, have a bit of a chat, go away and come back for the descent, but a lot of people are sticking on for the whole thing, and I appreciate that. But what I'm doing at the moment is I'm reading the paper at the same time. So I recommend a book to accompany the flight or something like that. A book or a newspaper.
Speedbird 295, contact Gander Domestic Center on 128.32. Good day.
Center on 128.32 Speedbird 295. Center Speedbird 295 at flight level 360.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact.
Both good options. Planet full and staying in bed. Hello, Ruben. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. When you see the Canadian coast and land ahoy. Yeah, I know. I know. A lot of my early transatlantic flights were to and from New York, and it's a very different thing, isn't it? Because you do get used to it, you know, nearly being there, and you're not. I'm glad the music's going down well, Diablito. Ah, this spam. I keep getting this spam. You finished all your books and you're the type that doesn't like a newspaper. Do you have the sim? Could you do some flying, perhaps? Or some other gaming of some sort? Or a bit of baking. Sunday's quite a nice time to bake, I think, if you've got a few hours to kill. In fact, what you could do probably is cook a roast dinner or something like that. You've got about 4 hours before landing, so you could have something nice to eat while watching the descent and approach. Yeah, I think I will, Samsonite. I think I'll do a few domestic flights, possibly in the CJ4, or possibly in the A320. I haven't decided really. Do you not have any interest in seeing a few business jet flights, or would you rather stick to the Airbus? I do, Ruben. I do want to become famous. I just don't trust these people to get me there. Yeah. I don't know quite how I got into advising people what they should do to pass the time, but I think, you know, I think there were some good suggestions there. Samsonite, you'd like to see a bit more A320 stuff, right? It's 2 PM for you, okay, so you've just had lunch. Yeah, so maybe the cooking isn't such a good idea after all. Try the A321. Yeah, I'll give it a go at some point, but I'm pretty sure it's not my cup of tea, because I think it's just a stretched body version of the A320nx, and it's going to feel exactly the same. That's a good idea. I love Minecraft. Good idea. I might do a bit of both. The CJ4 with the latest working title mod is really good. I don't think he's still here, but I know Pablo was quite keen to see a bit more of that. And it would give us the opportunity to visit some smaller airports, like oh, what's it called? You know, the one where they have the training in this sim. What's it called? Anyway, it's very pretty. We could fly there. We could fly to Key West, which doesn't have any scheduled A320 flights. So it'd just give a bit more flexibility, I think. But yeah, I'll try and mix and match a bit of that with a bit of A320 flying, I think. Good idea. I love Minecraft. Enjoy. Yeah, I don't do many long-haul flights, Rahal. I do like them once in a while. There's a certain satisfaction from doing an 8 or 9 hour flight and touching down at the other end. I do enjoy it, but it's not something I'd want to do regularly, I don't think. I don't know if you're here, but I was saying earlier, this is the first proper long haul I've done in this sim. but in earlier ones I used to take off before bed, get up early and land the plane, so it wasn't quite as involved as this. I've never tried air hauler. Congrats, Jenny. Remind me where you just landed again? I think you did say earlier, but I have a memory like a sieve. See, a lot of people have been, yeah, I've just looked it up, a lot of people have been recommending PackX for that same sort of experience. And I see the appeal, but for me, I prefer simulating real-world airline flights if I'm doing IFR. And if I want to fly VFR, then more often than not, I want to choose where I'm going and see somewhere interesting. But I do get that it'll take you to parts of the world that you wouldn't otherwise see, and that is appealing. All right, nice. Sounds quite scenic. Among Us looks quite interesting, actually. Never played it. Looks a bit different, though. Different to other things. Oh yes, it was On Air that I was thinking of. I mean, Air Hauler is nothing like PackX, of course. Getting them muddled up. Yes, On Air is similar to this Air Hauler 2, I think, isn't it? Have you tried On Air, Rahul? nice, exciting times world of Minecraft. Okay, yeah, I can see the appeal of those two. Maybe I should try Packaxe and Air Hauler if it comes out. Although On Air sounds quite a lot like Air Hauler, but possibly not quite as in depth. I don't know that much. Don't know enough about either of them, to be honest. Yeah, I did. I'd already checked out Air Hauler. Packaxe I've seen quite a lot of on other videos and things. So when is my flight? When is flight to Italy? The only Italian airport I have is oh gosh, honestly, I've been staring at the screen for too long. Florence. The only Italian airport I have is Florence, so I will do a flight there at some point quite soon. I imagine I'm going to do a little bit of flying around the States probably, but once I'm back in Europe, I'll be there. Right, team, I'm going to take another break for 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that. But I will be back shortly, and I'll keep half an eye on the chat. So, see you soon. Land ahoy indeed! Welcome to Canada. Let me turn off this message, get my cup of tea, and I'll have a look at what we can expect to see. No, that's that one gone. There we are. Right, 2 seconds, I'll be right with you. Right then. So yes, these are the islands just off the coast of Newfoundland, which I'm never entirely sure how to pronounce, to be honest. I know it's not Newfoundland, but that's about all I know. Let me get my map up and I'll see if I can spot anything of interest. So the big one, which should be just over to our right, is called South Alutsovic Island. It's the one whose tip we're just about to cross according to Little Nav Map, so I assume it's this larger landmass with lakes in the middle of it. High winds in Chicago, let's have a look. They weren't too bad before. Refresh the meta. Oh yes, indeed, high winds. 250 at 24, gusting to 38. Now that's very close to what Zanis said early on he wanted me to set as a bit of a challenge. But they are if we land on runway 28 right, which is what I'm expecting, they are at least mostly on the nose. Oh dear. So overcast at 900 feet, rain. Altimeter 29.36. So yeah, it's pretty grim. Pretty grim. I think this is one of those occasions when I rather hope the live weather doesn't have it quite right. Because when it's wrong it tends to be better than when it's right. So we're overhead Nain at the moment, and there's an airport somewhere down there called Nain Airport. Something a little bit funky going on with the satellite imagery. There's a clear join between two images there. I cannot see the airport. Further back. Nope, I can't see it at all. Never mind. So we're just passing over YDP, or have just passed YDP, which is a VOR. It's Nain VOR. Yeah, it will be interesting when the snow comes. Well, I hope it settles. I hope they've got a way of accurately depicting how much snow's on the ground. So we've got 1,420 nautical miles left to run, which should take us 3 hours, give or take. I'm basing this entirely on what Pilot to ATC is saying, because it tends to be fairly accurate, but it is changing its mind as the wind changes. Anyway, we're 2/3 of the way there now, so we're doing alright. As I said earlier, we'll be crossing from Newfoundland into Quebec before too long. Interestingly, our next step climb is not scheduled until we actually start on the, more or less start on the star, which is the Windy 2 star we're going to be following. And that, we should be climbing up to about 380 then. However, I think we might skip it. It is a very, very long arrival right there, so maybe we should. I've got a couple of hours to mull it over. Will I ever do it? What, another long haul you mean? Other than this one? No, I don't have any plans to. I will do another one at some point.
Center on 126.02 Speedbird.
But they're not something that I think will become a regular feature. Just because it's quite a long time, you know, they take a long time, as you'd expect. And I think the interest is limited to a few hardcore simmers like you lot. I think most people probably prefer to see more takeoff and landings and a bit less flying over the sea. But I do enjoy them, I do find them satisfying. So the ground looks a little bit blurry, doesn't it? I don't know if that is, you know, an issue with the draw distance in the sim or if it's low resolution imagery, but it doesn't look its best. Best to look further ahead rather than down below, I think. You'll have noticed that I've changed the music up a little bit. This is Golden Age radio, a bit of trad jazz. But as we get closer to our destination, you can all do with, you know, a little lift, something a bit more upbeat. Are there any particular long-haul routes you'd like to see? Hey, it's Monster. I would love nothing more than to play some Frank Sinatra on Approach, but unfortunately, because of copyright, no can do. We're just going to have something generic and maybe a little bit Frank Sinatra-ish. Amsterdam to Tokyo, so I'm tempted. I might do that eventually, but the 747 in this sim is not good. It's very hard to fly. Hence why I'm flying the 787, really. But again, the future's bright. There may be a decent 747 that comes across. Pretty sure PMDG will bring their 744 over at some point, so yeah, never say never. Crossed over the border into Quebec, which is vast. I didn't know quite what a big province it was. It's absolutely huge. We are nowhere near Montreal or Quebec City. In fact, we're not even going to fly that close to either of them. But yeah, welcome to Quebec. Yeah, I think almost everyone is mostly going to do short-haul flights just because who has time to do this sort of thing every day? Very few people. And even if you did, would you want to? Probably not. Are there actually direct flights from Schiphol to Haneda? I thought there were, but I'm just looking for, trying to find how long the flight would be. And there's nothing coming up. I don't know if that's just because of COVID or what. Oh yes, there is one, yeah. 13.5 hours. That is a long flight. I don't know if I'll ever do it, Samsonite, if I'm brutally honest. I thought maybe 10 hours tops, but that's a long, long flight. I mean, I'd do it if people don't mind me going to bed in the middle of it, but I think people might have limited interest in that. Oh, okay, it's a Narita flight, is it? Fair enough. Is there a Narita scenery yet for Microsoft Flight Simulator? I've got a feeling there might be, but I haven't looked at it. Yeah, that's not a bad shout, LJ Vlogs. We could do London to Dubai. See, although the arrow doesn't work, we've got quite a strong headwind at the moment. 316 at 53, 54 knots. Still got a reasonable amount of fuel, so that's good. Just see what pilot to ATC ranks our ET will be.
295 contact Gander Domestic Center on 126.02.
So,
Enjoy your
another 2 hours 45 minutes to go. So yeah, it's getting slower. Our progress is getting slower. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Center Speedbird 295 at flight.
One day, LJ Vlogs. Maybe one day I'll do like a
Speedbird 295
some kind of super long haul charity stream or something like that. Fly to New Zealand as well at some point, or at least fly in New Zealand, because Flightbeam are bringing out an Auckland, aren't they? They might have even already done it, I'm not sure. And that looks absolutely spectacular. So I think there's an Air New Zealand flight from London to New Zealand via LA that I might have a go at. That probably appeals slightly more than the Sydney flight, just because I've flown to Sydney before, but I've never done any flying in New Zealand at all. Yes, I have Supertramp. Yeah, I have with Kevin, who you may remember from, he pops into my streams occasionally. We did an A320 flight from Stockholm to Helsinki, and it worked really well. It worked really well. We did it on VATSIM, so yeah, I thought what we might do is and I've run this past him, we might do a little bit more practicing, get used to working as a crew, and then maybe do a live stream, maybe do a shared cockpit live stream for a little bit. Oh, is the music a bit loud? I find it hard to judge. I'll turn it down. Yeah, I guess it's different with something like this to classical stuff. I don't know. How's that? Let me know. Let me know if it's quieter, better. Keto, yeah. Keto's an interesting arrival. I've had a little go at landing there a few times.
Center on 132.25 Speedbird 295.
Ah yes, it is a 777, but you know, I'm talking some point in the future, and I think we will see PMDG's 777 in the sim eventually.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon.
And in the post-COVID times. As I say, this is not something I'm planning imminently. It's That's sort of, if I decide to do another long haul, where would I like to go? Music is very weird. Okay, I'll take that feedback on board. Anyone else not like the music, or are most people sort of quite enjoying the vibe? I'm trying to create a sort of Prohibition era Chicago vibe, I think. I think that's what I'm going for. I think we might have finished that album anyway. Yes, we have. It's alright, there's another album. I'm amazed Quito's reachable from Amsterdam at 777. That's quite impressive. No, it's okay, but just change it. That's a mixed message there. I love Minecraft. You can't please everyone with music. I've learned that. Some people want none, some people want different things. I think it's fairly inoffensive. Nice bit of background, that's all I'm going for. Oh right, 200. I could try to fly to Alaska or Hawaii. Yes, I would like to go to Honolulu. And I know FS Dream Team, or one of their partners, I can't remember the name of the guy who's doing it, but someone is working on a Honolulu scenery. And that would be cool. Los Angeles to Honolulu. That's not super long haul actually, is it? What the flight times between those two. 5 hours 50 minutes. Yeah, I could see myself doing that. That could well happen before anything crazy like 15 hours. I did Heathrow to Santiago once in the Quality Wings 787. That was a good flight. But not something I'd want to do very often. Certainly not something I'd ever stream, I don't think, 15, 16 hours. Oh right, so are there no 777 flights there? Is it just operated by 787? Oh dear, the real world BA295 is running 48 minutes late. So is the general consensus here that you'd quite like, I mean I guess it's a self-selecting group, but would you like to see more long hauls or would you prefer more short haul stuff? Like, I'm definitely not doing a weekly long haul flight or anything like that, but maybe once every couple of months if people are interested I could try and factor them in. I'm just going to see my cat a second, he's feeling very neglected. I'll bring him over. Right, I'm back. Okay. You don't really mind? No? Good. In that case, I'll just do whatever I fancy. And not plan too far ahead. What's up? I love Minecraft. Brilliant. Brilliant. I didn't know that. Interesting little facts episode. Thank you. Gosh, that is long. So the A319 long range has a longer range than the A321. Dear Jasmina, or Yasmina. Welcome back, I Love Minecraft. What did you have to eat? Really? That's amazing. The world of aviation's changing quickly, isn't it? Aircraft than I would have expected crossing the Atlantic at the moment, actually, given the pandemic. Excuse me. Oh yes, yeah. TSC 111 from Paris to YUL. Is that Montreal? That's Montreal. It's an A320.
Speedbird 295 contact Montreal Center on 119.4. Enjoy your afternoon.
Center on 119.4 Speedbird 295.
Just must have found that at the same time, LJ.
At flight level 360.
I flew Air Transat to Montreal from Gatwick on an
radar contact.
It's an I think it was an A300. Ancient thing it was, but quite nice. Quite nice. I haven't found the Aer Lingus. Is that, do you know if that's a usual route, LJ Vlogs? Or is it just because of the reduced passenger loading, so they're flying narrow body aircraft? From Canada, I love my golf. Didn't you say it was 2 p.m. an hour ago where you are? How long that flight is? I guess it's, what, maybe 6 hours westbound, 5 hours eastbound, something like that. Which I imagine is it's not too bad on an A321 if it's well configured. How long is left? 2.5 hours. Right, I'm glad I got to fly on it when I did. I pass, Samuel. I'm not entirely sure. I've mapped my drone controls to my joystick. So yeah, I don't think there are any default keys. Yeah, that is a bit far. That is a bit too long, you're right. No problem, and welcome to the stream as well. I've just seen your, I don't know if you're still here, Dazza, but I've just seen your message on Discord. That's a nice scene. Thanks for sending that. Yes, yes, we are flying over Canada at the moment. Oh, okay. I did have, what's it called, flight aware on. Didn't know quite where I was looking. Oh yes, I see it, I see it. Yeah, they look pretty close together, don't they, those three? So you've got the Aer Lingus in the back, an Air France 789 just in front of it, and then another Air France 789 in front of that. One going to Montreal and one going to Atlanta. These name changes about I Love Minecraft. You've been through about, I think this is your third name in the last week, isn't it? No, you had Lolvain, and then you had Pilot something, or something to do with aviation, can't remember what, and then you became I Love Minecraft. a little map check. So this is our present position. Interesting gaps in the Navycraft map, actually. So we're still fairly northerly within Canada, and this is our routing. And our ETE is now 2 hours and 2 minutes. And on that note, I think I'm going to step away again for a little rest, a little break, so I can come back ready for the landing. I'll see you shortly. I'm back. Did a little bit of yoga, you know. Did a bit of meditation, got myself in the zone. I will just switch this out. And I will look at your messages. Is the audio tweakable in the settings? It does sound a lot like a hairdryer. I don't know. I don't think so, El Diablito, but I'm not certain. Bean, you're very bored. Yes, we know. I'm sorry to hear it. Rifat, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Nice to have someone all the way from Indonesia watching. I will. So the thing is, Zanis, I sort of, you know, I sit, I read for a bit, but I keep an eye on the messages. Someone turns up, I feel it's only polite to come and say hello and welcome them. So yeah, 5-10 minute breaks here and there. That's keeps me going. Pablo, yes, all so far so good. Other than Bean, who used to be called I Love Minecraft, who used to be called LolVane, being very bored. That's unfortunate. And I've come up with quite a few suggestions for things you can do to entertain yourself, but to be honest, that has been the most concerning thing about this flight so far. Jay, nice to see you, welcome. Jason, welcome back. We are over northern Canada at the moment. I'll show you on the map where we are. We are there. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see our full progress. We've got hail here in London now. So yeah, so this is where we are. About, well, I'd say probably over 3/4 of the way now. Yeah, so that's where we are. Over Quebec specifically. How much time remaining until the landing? I'll tell you. 2 hours, 16 minutes and 4 seconds. There isn't any news about the Xbox version that I'm aware of, but I don't follow it that closely. Yes, just south of Hudson Bay, yes. So yes, I just nipped off to collect my thoughts briefly. I may nip off again before we arrive. But so far, quite enjoying myself.
Montreal Center on 127.3. Have a good afternoon.
Center on 127.3 Speedbird 295.
Yes, I have, Jason. Is it 50 knots? No. 34 knots I saw.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon.
It might have got worse.
Radar contact.
Let me check the latest meta. So the latest meta says winds 260 at 15 with gusts up to 31 knots. So yeah, it's not going to be the easiest of landings. I hope it goes okay. I try to remember this is only, you know, it's only a bit of fun, doesn't matter. But when I have a bad landing, it does get to me for the rest of the day. So we'll see. I'll have a stiff drink on standby for afterwards. I mean, it might not. It might just be that the meta is a bit out of date, or maybe the weather at the airport is slightly less horrific than the weather in the city. Don't know. I certainly do appreciate short haul flights. As I said earlier, I quite like the odd long haul flight, but I wouldn't do it day in, day out. I've just looked at the BBC weather, Jason, and it's getting worse, isn't it? So we're due to land, I think, at about midday local time, possibly a little bit later, between midday and 1, and that is when the winds are at their strongest, 54 knots. Feels like 2 degrees. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Like a challenge. I like the 787. I don't love it. I certainly don't love this model of it in this sim. I prefer to fly 747s long haul, to be honest, but the model in MSFS is even worse, which is why we're doing a 787 flight. I know you. I know you've all got my back. Do you know, I did do so I did 2 practice trips in this aircraft before this stream. One was Heathrow to Madrid, which I was surprised was operated by 787s. That was Air Europa. But yeah, Barcelona, Madrid, I could do it. Right, I'm going to find us some more music. That is a very short flight. That must be... Do you know? It must be the shortest route that's flown by a 787. I don't know what DMCA is. Is it too loud? It's what it was on before. It's no louder. I'll turn it down a little. Bean, I'm going to ask you, ever so nicely, if you wouldn't mind stopping talking about how bored you are. I think perhaps long-haul flying is not for you. Certainly watching other people do long-haul flying, and that's fair enough. But it is getting a bit repetitive, having you tell us how bored you are in the stream. Oh, right, yes. Yeah. This, again, is big band music. I thought it appropriate for a trip to Chicago. And as we discussed earlier, you can't please all the people all the time. Hello H16B22, nice to see you, welcome to the stream. Can you break down the nav lights? I can turn them off. Port starboard, who has the right of way? Aircraft on the right, I think, on the starboard side. So if you're coming head on to another aircraft, then you both need to turn right. Yes, yeah, you're the second person who said that. I'll turn the music down a bit. It's weird, I thought it was low enough, but apparently not. Okay, I'll show you what the nav lights look like when they're off. They're not hugely visible on this plane anyway, to be honest. There you are, so the green light on the right and the red light on the left go off when you turn the nav lights off. Logo light doesn't need to be on anyway because it's daytime. Beacon you can see on the top here. Doesn't seem to be flashing at all, actually. Oh, it is. It's just not very clear. So that's the beacon. Okay, El Diablito, it's been nice to have you with me. And yeah, see you later on, I hope. Why is it green and left? It doesn't really pertain to right of way. It's just so that if you're coming at an aircraft from behind or in front, you know which direction the aircraft's facing. I don't know why it's green on the left and red. Sorry, green on the right and red on the left. I don't know. And I have been reading a little bit of air law, but I can't be absolutely certain of right-of-way laws, to be honest. Oh, sod it, we've got time to kill. I'm going to get my book. Hold on. Right, I've got my air law book. I'm going to look it up. Right of way on the ground. We're not particularly interested in that, are we? Bean, I've asked you not to talk about how bored you are. So, can you stop, please? Doesn't it, Ollie? Have you manually tuned the frequency? I'm sure I've landed on runway 9. I have done an ILS approach to runway 9 at City. I have. I mean, really, if you're looking at right of way in the air, then you've got a little bit too close if you ask me. Oh, where is it in this book? I can block him. I can block him if he carries on. However, he's been all right. You know, he's been watching my streams for a very long time. He's just being particularly irritating today. So I'll give him one more chance to stop talking about how bored he is. Right, here we are. When two aircraft are approaching head-on or nearly so, and there is a danger of collision, each must turn right. So that's what I was thinking of. Overtaking, an aircraft which is being overtaken in the air has right of way, and the overtaking aircraft, whether climbing, descending or level, must keep out of the way by turning right. An overtaking situation could be considered to be that where the overtaking aircraft is within 70 degrees of the overtaken aircraft's centre line. Oh, okay, let's have a look at that in a link. So yeah, there's a whole chapter on collision avoidance in the air, but it doesn't specifically, so far, talk about who has right of way. Just that to avoid other aircraft you must turn right, which is what I thought. Okay, converging aircraft. An aircraft in the air must give way to other converging aircraft as follows. Power-driven aircraft that are heavier than air must give way to airships, sailplanes and balloons. Airships must give way to sailplanes and balloons, and sailplanes must give way to balloons. Subject to the above paragraph, when two aircraft are converging at about the same altitude, the aircraft which has the other on its right must give way. So yeah, so you give way to the right, essentially. I'm not reading from Wikipedia, no. I am reading from the Air Pilot's Manual, Volume 2, Air Law and Meteorology. You didn't tune in the ILS. You didn't tune in and just preset the ILS on the loading page. Ah, okay. So with a lot of add-on airports, it doesn't bring up the ILS frequency automatically. So you do have to tune it manually. And I think, if I remember rightly, London City is one of those. Did you get it down okay, though? Did you manage to land, Jason? In spite of the lack of ILS. I'm just having a look at this Cora page, H16. Ah, there we are. Yeah. That does make sense. Yeah, so when converging, give way to the one on the right. Yeah, that's it. Ah, at least you got it. Any landing you can walk away from is a good landing, Jason. Well, do you have any scenery add-ons, Ollie? Jason, sorry. Sorry, Zanis. Can you tell I've been staring at the screen for too long? Zurich's cool. I mean, I don't have the scenery, but it's a beautiful approach. What I tend to do is... passengers having cancer. What I tend to do is to look at Random Route Finder these days. I'll send you a link if I can find it. Okay, well, if you want a fairly long route that has two decent freeware sceneries, thank you for the follow, H16B22. If you want a decent route that has two freeware sceneries, then I would recommend Gdansk to London Gatwick. Or you could use one of the default airports. You could do Gdansk Heathrow, Gdansk Schiphol, Madrid. But I quite enjoyed the freeware Gdansk. It's on flightsim.to. But yes, Random Flight Finder is good. I'm going to find that for you because it has a database of loads of real-world flights. And now I can't find it. Again, search flightsim.to for random flight finder. Sorry, random flight database, that's what it's called. And here it is. Hang on, let me scroll up. You are such a fast typer, H16. I can't keep up reading with you. No, we're not descending yet. No. You lost me a little bit. What do you mean when activated on the 787? Oh, do switches flick down when activated on the 787? Yes, I think so. Generally. Yeah. Yes, they do. We're not descending yet, no. We are at 36,000 feet. Yeah, Bilbao's quite cool. There used to be an Orbex Bilbao, which I did quite a bit of flying in and out of. So our next waypoint, SSM, is our transition into the Windy 2 star. But it's a very long star, so we won't be expecting descent yet. I'm just going to go and get some water. Yep, you're right, LJ Vlogs. I found that a lot in this sim. I don't know if it's inaccurate, but it does strike me as unusual to have clouds quite this high, certainly at this density. So we've still got, although we're about to start our arrival route, we've still got about an hour and a half to go before our top of descent, and 2 hours before landing. And as I said earlier, our next step climb is actually planned for SSM. But I think we can probably do flight level 380 now, so I'm going to ask them. Montreal Centre, Speedbird 295 requests climb to flight level 380.
Speedbird 295 climb and maintain flight level 380.
Climb and maintain flight level 380 Speedbird 295.
Yes, Sanis. I will, I'll have a look in a second. Oh, wow. That is amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Everyone should follow that link that Zanis just posted. I'll post it on Facebook as well. Phenomenal. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Do you happen to know where this was, Zanis? Also, is full flaps in Spanish seriously full flaps? More maps, more views maps. Okay, okay. Can certainly have another look at the map. So this is where we are at the moment. Still over Quebec in northern Canada. Not much in the way of civilization this far north. And we'll be heading south, crossing the border into the US near Sault Ste. Marie, which we'll have a look at. I don't actually have a Facebook page, Jason. I think I might have said earlier, because I'm getting a bit delirious, that I would post the link on Facebook, whereas what I meant was I'll post it on YouTube chat as well as Twitch. I probably should have a Facebook page and a Twitter account and all the rest of it, but I can't be bothered to maintain that number of social media accounts, especially as what I do is all video based. I don't think it's that necessary, perhaps. No, I do have a Twitter account, but I rarely use it. Twitter seems to just be full of angry, opinionating people.
Speedbird295 contact Montreal Center on 132.1. Enjoy your afternoon.
Center on 132.1 Speedbird 295.
Although there is, of course, the odd exception, like what Zanis just posted.
Flight level 380.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact.
Hello Barzi, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? There is a London in Canada, yeah. It's in Ontario somewhere.
295 contact Montreal Center on 125.9. Enjoy.
Center on 125.9 Speedbird 295. Center Speedbird 295 at flight level 380.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact.
Yeah, it's looking alright so far, Pablo. What's that, Samsonite? Is a Manchester in Berlin? That I did not know. Oh, or you mean there's a Manchester and a Berlin? There's a Manchester in the US, isn't there? Didn't know there was a Berlin. So when I'm doing airline flights, I plan my route in SimBrief and then I load it in the world map screen, and then I just change my parking gate from the drop-down menu. I don't tend to do much actual flight planning in the cockpit because generally these days routes are downloaded into the FMS before the pilot even gets on board. I don't know what you mean, JP, sorry. Zoom between Liner and Chicago. No, I don't know what that means. Yeah, there was a film, wasn't there? Manchester on Sea. It was quite good. I didn't know about Berlin, though. Apparently there are 26 Berlins in America. Good grief. There are actually 26 Berlins in the USA. Oh, that'll be a good flight, Zanis. Yeah, fair enough. Hello again, Dazza. Welcome back. I think I mentioned earlier on. It's very nice to see your photo of your ironing board while watching the stream on your telly. So we are an hour and 26 minutes from our top of descent. About an hour and 50 minutes from arrival in Chicago. We'll have another quick map check. Oh, blimey, didn't realise I'd left that open all this time. Sorry, some of you probably wanted to look out the window. So this is where we are. This is where we're going. So if we do end up with a runway 28 right approach, as we're expecting, it's quite a nice one because you get to see all of Chicago downtown, which is a photogrammetry city, over to the left as you descend. Right, I'll turn that off for now. There we are. Oh, good morning, Tolstoy. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. One of these days, Tolstoy, and I was sort of toying with the idea of doing it with this flight, I want you to come on one of my streams and talk about your career because it's fascinating. But I decided this is my first live stream in a 787 and I should probably just concentrate on the flying and hope for the best. A plus, of course, yeah, that was the other thing. I couldn't depart any later than this, so... the 9 AM because I got evening plans. But yeah, it's a lot of pressure having you here. I haven't got any multiplayer on, unfortunately. But yeah, you must join me for a flight soon. It's been, as I was saying earlier, Tolstoy, I don't really know much about the 787. I sort of feel the A320, I've got my head around, I've been flying it in various sims for a while. And I did used to fly the Quality Wings 787, but not as often. And this one is a little bit tricky on approach, I've found. I know you do, I know. I know, just something for you to mull over, no pressure. I just think that's exactly the sort of thing we could have done with halfway across the Atlantic when there's really nothing to see or talk about. Tolstoy's in Canada, Bean. Thank you, Zanis. I've got it. I've got it. This is the one I did my Heathrow to Madrid flight in. So we're expecting 52 knot winds in Chicago, Tolstoy. I think it's going to be quite a challenge. Well, the METAR at the moment is not quite that bad. It's 15 knots gusting to 31, but the forecast is for winds of up to 52 knots. Oh nice, do you know I have very little experience in the longitude. I've flown it once. I flew it from Innsbruck back to London City and it didn't work very well. Didn't go very well at all. But I like the CJ4. Oh right, cool, cool. What is SSM? I don't even know what it is. Oh, I've got my map up here. Can probably find out. Sault-Sainte-Marie, okay. And there's an airport there, is there? Or are you just gonna shadow us? Oh yeah, no there is. K-A-N-J. Yeah, indeed. It's living up to its name today. Do you know, I haven't even looked for the giraffes yet, Pavlo. It does sound good fun, though. Am I using the livery megapack? Yes, I am. Yep. Oh, well, good luck, Dazer. It's a beautiful plane. If you can get it to fly right, I think it'll be fantastic. Hello LDR, nice to see you back. We've still got a couple of hours to go. I did initially say we'd get back for 1600, but I'm afraid the headwinds have been stronger than expected, so we've still got about an hour and 45 minutes to run before landing. The 787 is treating me okay. The takeoff, as you saw, I think, can't remember, my mind's a bit foggy, was a little bit wobbly. And I don't really know why. I think it was crosswind that I wasn't expecting. But yeah, the autopilot's behaved well. We're cruising along quite comfortably at flight level 380. So far so good. But the winds in Chicago are very, very strong, so I don't want to speak too soon. And as usual, of course, if anything goes wrong with the landing, it'll be because the aircraft model just isn't up to it and nothing to do with my flying skills. So the CJ4 doesn't have an auto throttle. You have to manually work the throttle. It should be that if you put it in the climb and or the cruise detents, then the FADEC should kick in and manage your throttle from that point on. But no, it's not implemented, so you have to control it yourself. Which aircraft are you flying, Tolstoy? So the speed dial, if you use flight level change mode, FLCH, then the speed dial, and you set a speed on the speed dial, then the aircraft should adjust its rate of climb or descent to maintain that speed. So it does have a use. Yeah, now the CJ4 I've done a little bit of flying in since the mod has been improved, and it flies quite nicely now. So I'm thinking of doing a little bit of flying around America in it once we get to Chicago, and Canada. Yeah, it makes a nice change, LDR. It's nothing like as good as the A320 is with the fly-by-wire mod. But, yeah, a bit of variety is good. I did, Tolstoy, yes. I wouldn't take too many notes. You can take notes about my A320 flying, everything else take with a pinch of salt. But if you get the mod for it, it does come with a sort of rough guide on how to fly it, and it is quite useful. Yes, the mod for the CJ4. I'll post a link to the Discord server. If I can find it. I wish Discord had names as well as icons. It's really confusing. Working title, that's the one. Oh, maybe I can't invite people. Oh, yes, I can. Oh, hang on, that just posted a link to Discord. Ignore that one. Oh dear, this isn't going well. Yeah, I don't think I can link to it. But yeah, just search for working title CJ4 mod, you'll find it. What's the difference between the one in the sim and the mod? They've implemented a lot more features in the FMS. They fixed a few of the dodgy flight model behaviours. And it's got inbuilt checklists, it's got passenger announcements. And it works a lot more like the real thing, I believe. They've got a real-world CJ4 pilot who's working with them on it, so it should be quite realistic. It does sound a lot like a hairdryer. I can't unhear it now someone's mentioned it. Yeah, sure. I'm not great at flying it. My approaches are always quite wobbly and touch and go, but I'll certainly show you what I do and you can see if it's something you want to have a look at or not. Right, I'm going to take another 10-minute break, but I will be back, and I'll hopefully be able to speak properly again. I'm getting tongue-tied. So yes, I will see you shortly. I don't know yet, LJ Vlogs. I think I'll probably go somewhere from Chicago, possibly in the business jet, but I haven't totally made up my mind. I might even do my next VFR flight instead, which will of course be in the UK. But yeah, probably, yeah, one or the two. I think I can have aircraft based all over the place and just pick up where I left off. So I'll do a flight from Nantes and I'll do a flight from Chicago at some point. Anyway, as I said, quick break. See you in a bit.
Speedbird 295 contact Toronto Centre on 128.3. Have a nice day.
Centre on 128.3 Speedbird 295. Centre Speedbird 295 at flight level 380.
Speedbird 295 good afternoon. Radar contact.
And I'm back. And I may even stay here all the way through to landing now. Which should be in about an hour and 21 minutes. I hope so. I hope so, Dazza. Really, you should invest in another large TV to put on the wall near your dinner table for just this sort of eventuality. But the iPad will do for now, I suppose. How was my snap? It was good. It was good. Yep. 10-minute break. I hung some washing up. Got myself a glass of water. Did a few breathing exercises, you know. It's good. I feel refreshed. I feel ready to face 52 knot winds. It's all a pleasure. Oh, is this the flight you're doing with your friend, Frankfurt to Rome, or is this something different? Cool. I hope it goes well. Hello, Tiago. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Check of our progress on Navigraph. So yeah, we're just approaching SSM and also the border with the US. Hello Nathaniel, it'll be about an hour and a quarter till landing, something like that. Oh, is it, Zanis? Is this with other players or real world traffic? Ah, good. I'm pleased, Dazza. I'm pleased. Have to give it another go myself at some point. Oh, sorry, I missed your earlier message. Good. You're well set up for screens then. Right. Hello, Old Chief Sim Pilot. It's an honour, sir, to have you here. Welcome. I didn't even know we had a chief, but that's my bad. I'm sorry. So I was just saying we've got about an hour and a quarter to go till landing. Flying over northern Canada to Sault Ste. Marie, and then we'll be crossing the border into the US and following our arrival procedure, which takes us south between two of the Great Lakes, Lake Huron and Lake Superior. Sorry, Lake Huron and Lake Michigan, obviously. Brilliant. Hello, Jax. Is it worth the price? If I'm honest, I don't think it is at the moment. Flight Crew A320 is awesome, and I think it does a lot more, even though it's a lot cheaper. But yeah, Pushback Express is alright, but there's a free alternative that does 80% of what it does. I don't regret buying it. In fact, I didn't buy it. I got a press copy of it, but I wouldn't have regretted buying it, because I'm pretty sure he will develop it, and he's adding features all the time. But for what it does at the moment, it's quite a lot of money. Oh, good, well done, Hertz Napster. Glad you made it down okay. Yes, thank you, Dave. That is the free alternative I was thinking of.
Speedbird 295 contact Toronto Centre on 135.4. Enjoy your afternoon.
Centre on 135.4 Speedbird 295. Centre Speedbird 295 at flight level 380.
Speedbird 295 good afternoon. Radar contact.
So this is our arrival chart for those who are interested. We are joining the Windy 2 arrival at SSM, and we'll be making our way down here, turning right, and then at some point along this section we should get vectors to our final. Yes, I've got AirTool. I used it to play the welcome sound at the start of this flight, actually. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And it's got actual recordings of real-world airline announcements and things. So in that sense, it's actually you can add them to PackX, can't you? But this plays them from its server, so it's quite cool. I'll put a link to it in the YouTube description afterwards. I forgot. One hour and 9 minutes left. Thanks, Jags. I use Navigraph, which is £10 a month, but it's expensive, but I think it's worth it if you want to do sort of real world routes. And with that you also get updated nav data for third-party programs like Pilot to ATC and for various FMSs of add-on aircraft. So when the PMDG comes over and that sort of thing, you'll be able to update your AIRAC data. And ultimately, I think it'll update the Sims AIRAC data as well if you want it to. That's in beta at the moment. So it's not just charts you're getting for your money. It does quite a lot else. Is it, Dave? I don't think I was aware they had a yearly subscription option. I'll have to have a look. I've noticed something quite interesting about this arrival. So you'll notice that we're following, so you've got two legs coming down from the top. We're following the right-hand one from SSM. And it has no altitude restrictions, whereas the one on the left does.
Speedbird 295 expect the wind to arrival with the SSM transition for the ILS approach to runway 28 right at Chicago O'Hare International.
Expect the Windy 2 arrival with the SSM transition for the ILS approach to runway 28 right Speedbird 295. Okay,
that is what we were expecting, and I'll set that up in the FMS shortly. But my question is, why does this left-hand leg from TVC have altitude restrictions at or below flight level 240, whereas the leg we're following doesn't, and nor does this? Any ideas? I'd be interested to hear them. Yes, I'd forgotten about SimBrief. Yeah, that is one of the best, or one of the most useful bits of it. Right, let's go down and have a look at our departure and arrival page. So we already have Windy 2 selected, because that's what we planned for. And we're going to choose ILS-28 right. We'll choose the Vogler transition, but we will probably get vectors before then, I imagine, if I remember rightly. While we're at it, we'll look at our VNav descent page. So we've got the speed transition of... well, you can't do anything on this page anyway. None of it's modelled. So there's no point talking about it. Go to our init ref page, have a look at the approach. And we will try and do a flaps 25 landing, I think. 171 knots. Possibly a little bit fast. I don't think these VREFs are any more accurate than the takeoff V speeds were. But we'll feel it. We'll have a feel and see what looks right. So yes, so here we can select... funnily enough, if you want to select flaps 25, you have to select the one above it, and there's no way of selecting a flaps 20 approach. Little bug, no big deal. And we input it into there, and that's it. That should be it. While we're at it, doing our approach preparation, we will choose an auto brake setting. I'm going to choose auto brake 3 because I want to slow down quickly, because I don't think this is going to be a pleasant approach. And it'll be one less thing to worry about. I'm going to get my little guide, operating manual / checklist over. See if there's anything else we need to do. We could tune the radio, or make sure that that is set. So we'll go over to the NavRad page. ILS-28 right, 111.1. I'll check that against my chart. That is correct. Course should be 273, but that's auto-selected, I believe. Welcome back, Jason. Yeah, this is true. This is true. I don't know which direction the gusts are from, but yeah, it could be worse. Could certainly be worse. So that's us more or less set up for the approach, I think. We've checked the radio navigation. We'll have another look at the METAR in a minute. Check the flight displays, hydraulic systems, air conditioning, pneumatic systems, fuel systems, and window heating. That's all fine. I know all that.
Center on 132.65 Speedbird 295.
What do you mean people have to sleep 2 hours later? Being 2 hours later than what?
Center Speedbird 295 at flight level 380.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact.
Yeah, it did. Thanks for the tip, Dave. It did, and I know this because it did the same thing yesterday. It added these waypoints, which are actually part of the different leg of the star. So the part of the FNT transition. That's what these two are here. And yet, you can't delete them because they're part of an approach procedure, or at least I couldn't yesterday, but we'll give it another go. So we would definitely want to delete Emma, so we should be able to go to delete, and then that one. But it hasn't done it. And we should be able to want to delete LTO, what is it? LTO-UR Latour. Oops, but it won't let us do that either, I bet. Delete Latour, nothing. And now the route's gone yellow, which suggests it thinks something has changed and we need to activate it, but we can't. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens and hope for some vectors, but if not, we'll just use heading mode and follow it as best we can. This is still a buggy plane. I don't know, we'll try doing activate and execute, see what happens. No, it's exactly the same. Hello Kiedu. Nice to see you, welcome to the stream. Thanks for that, Samsonite. So it is a little bit quick. I wonder if it'll let us input a manual speed. I bet it doesn't. I think I landed at about 160 yesterday because this felt very fast. If we do 160/25. Ah, now we've got 25 knots. Fantastic. Let's go back to what we had. Oh, I did it the wrong way around, that's why. So if I put in 160/25. As I said earlier, I'm going to not really... No, it won't do it. I'm not going to take this VREF too seriously. We use manual throttle and just see what feels right. So much spam on Twitch today. That is my plan, Pablo. And given my lack of experience in this aircraft, the strong winds, and the fact that it doesn't want to land at the best of times, I'm going to need everyone to keep their fingers crossed.
QNH is 9er at Chicago O'Hare International.
Descent via the wind D2 arrival with the SSM transition to 4,000 feet. QNH is 9er Speedbird 295.
I'm not Tolstoy. I'm offline. I'm not flying multiplayer today.
Speedbird 295, contact Minneapolis Center on 125.47. Enjoy your afternoon.
Center on 125.47, Speedbird 295.
Good morning, Ibe Dari. Yes, I am using Pilot to ATC. Yes. I think that's what I just did, Dave, wasn't it?
295 at flight level
I think.
380.
I'll try it again.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon.
Maybe I didn't. 25160. Yeah, I did it the other way around, didn't I?
QNH is 9er83.
Oh, good. Well done.
QNH is 9er83, Speedbird 295.
Sorry, Zanis, you've lost me there. What do you mean you have 40 years? So we're cleared to descend via the arrival route, but we're still a very long way off, so we don't really have to bother with any descent at the moment. There aren't any altitude restrictions. So we'll probably start our descent in 20 minutes, half an hour, something like that. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Dave. I did warn you all I didn't really know what I was doing with this aircraft. So Dave, I mean, that is the wrong way round, right? I should be able to put 160/25. Or have I just misunderstood how this works entirely? Bean, I'm ever so sorry. I'm gonna say goodbye to you now, because we haven't heard about anything except how bored you are and that you want to play video games for a long time. But take care. Not on a Boeing plane. Because I would have assumed, I mean, if I wanted to, I mean, I can't do it, but if I wanted to change one of these altitude restrictions, right? Say I wanted to make this 360 at 310. I would type 360/310. So I would expect the this to be entered in exactly the same way, but apparently not. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the main thing, isn't it, really? I'll know for next time. I said earlier, I did try and buy a product that calculates V-speeds for you for the 787 on Sim Market called Topa, but it didn't work. It wouldn't accept, first of all, it wouldn't install the software, and then it wouldn't accept my code on the web-based version, so I couldn't do anything approaching realistic takeoff speeds, and we're having a bit of a guess at our landing speed as well, but it'll be fine. So we've just crossed the border from Canada into the US, and we are near Bois Blanc Island, or Bois Blanc Island. Top Cat I have, but no, it doesn't have a profile for the 787-10. So it's a product that is specific for 787s called Toper, T-O-P-E-R. I'll email the support email address. I was going to say after this, but to be honest, after this I'm turning the computer off. But yeah, at some point I'll email them and see if it can be fixed. But I do have Top Cat. I used it mostly for the 744.
Speedbird 295, contact Minneapolis Center on 134.6. Have a good afternoon.
Center on 134.6, Speedbird 295. Center Speedbird 295 at flight level 380.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact. QNH is 982.
QNH is 982, Speedbird 295.
Good grief, I've been in this plane for 8 3/4 hours. Some of that was before I started the stream, but still, That's a long time, isn't it? I definitely think these long hauls will be a rare treat for everyone. Yes, you know, I've downloaded it. I had a quick look at an earlier version and I was quite impressed, but I haven't had a proper look round. It is amazing what people are doing with freeware these days, though. And I'm going to. My plan is to do a monthly video looking specifically at freeware, freeware focus. Just 2 or 3 add-ons, nothing formal, no proper reviews, but just a little nose around. Because it's quite hard to find. There's so much freeware out there. It's quite hard to separate the wheat from the chaff. So I thought that might be useful. I did do it yesterday, Pablo. I didn't sit at the computer for most of it. I got on with other things. I even went out briefly, but I certainly let the aircraft fly it to make sure the sim wouldn't crash halfway or the plane wouldn't dive out of the sky. Yeah, agreed. It's also something of a tragedy that Gaia are doing Stansted rather than Gatwick, if you ask me. That's just my opinion. Because Stansted it's just a boring airport by comparison. Yeah, I think I'll mostly focus on scenery, mostly airport scenery, because obviously doing a video of something that isn't visual might get a little bit dull. But yeah, I'll do my best to find some hidden gems. Would I consider doing a group Neo flight? Yeah, I might. Yeah. One day. This can't be our ILS that we're picking up now. So, yeah, Gaia Simulations announced yesterday that they are doing Gatwick. Sorry, doing Stansted. And I was keeping my fingers crossed for Gatwick, but I had no basis for thinking they would do it. They'd do that, really. Just going to nip away for 1 minute. Samsung, do I know what ETOPS means? Yes, I do. I can't remember exactly what it stands for. Extended Twin Engine Operations, I presume. I was thinking, what's the PS? Yeah, so it's to do with certain criteria that have to be met for a twin-engined aircraft to go long distances over water, I believe. Maybe, Mary. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Maybe. Ah, thank you, LJ Vlogs. So the PS did stand for something. I thought it just meant operations. Oh, you knew the answer, Samsonite. I didn't realise it was a test. I thought you were asking me. I half passed. Yeah, indeed, although I still feel slightly more comfortable crossing oceans with 4 engines, as a passenger at least. Mind you, that's not very common at all these days, is it? Right. It wasn't a test then. Good, I'm pleased. Here's a question I don't know the answer to, but some of you might. In the real world, would it be commonplace for ATC to clear you for descent via a star which doesn't have any altitude constraints on it? You know, without giving you an altitude to descend to. Oh, in fact, they did tell us 4,000 feet, so that makes a little bit more sense. Are all the A380s going to be gone, Dave? Do we have a timescale for this? Because I'd quite like to go on one again. So a star is a standard terminal arrival route, and it's basically like a slipway from a motorway. If the airways are the motorway, the stars are the slipways that lead you off the motorway onto your approach procedure. So it's, yeah, it splits the en route section of the flight with the arrival.
Contact Minneapolis Center on 132.9. Enjoy your afternoon.
Center on 132.
No, I think only people who had done
Speedbird
this sort of thing in the real
295.
world would know the answer.
Center Speedbird 295 at flight level 380.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact. QNH is 985.
QNH is 985. Speedbird 295.
Absolutely no idea, Pablo, at all. No problem. So as Samsonite said, SIDS is the opposite. So it's a standard instrument departure, which is a route from your departure runway up to the first waypoint en route. It's basically on-ramps and off-ramps. Oh, okay, that's good to know, LJ Vlogs. Thank you, Tolstoy, thanks. I'm sorry you can't join us as well. I would have turned multiplayer on if I knew you were coming. I just tend not to bother with my live streams because you get too many people messing about on the runways and that. Yeah, VGGS is a visual docking guidance system, and I think I read that Aerosoft in their latest update to Cologne Bonn have added some, which is very exciting because they haven't been possible up to now, as far as I know. Ah, talking of which, Martin, thank you very much for the compliment. Welcome to the stream, and yeah, I'll do my best. I'll do my best with the landing. The other thing I learnt about this aircraft yesterday in the sim is that as well as not being able to delete these two waypoints, it won't let you go direct to any of the waypoints beyond them on the star. So if we don't get vectors, we're just going to have to follow it with heading mode. So I think we could start making a gentle descent now. We've been cleared down to 4,000. The minimum safe altitude where we are is slightly above that, if I remember rightly. For some reason Navigraph is no longer showing me the charts. There we are, windy. So we're just coming up to OBSTR. So we can descend as far as 9,000. And I think if we let it do it in VNav mode, it's going to dive. But we'll have a little look. Press this button, see what happens, and if need be, we'll just use vertical speed mode. What does VOP stand for? Yes, as I suspected. It's quite the rate of descent. We'll see if it stabilises. No, I don't like this. I think the passengers won't like it either. So let's choose VS mode and we'll select vertical speed. I mean, we're not in a hurry, so we'll do about 1800, I think. Okay, Vliegtuig Opstellplatz. Does that mean aircraft parking place, maybe? Thank you, Pablo. That is, I have heard that before. I have heard that before. Brings back memories of GCSE chemistry, I think. Right, yeah. It seems to be the case in all the aircraft, I think, actually. I think the fly-by-wire guys have managed to sort it out to an extent with the A320, but it's still not perfect. I'm also going to warn you, there might come a point during this approach when we ignore ATC because they just didn't give us sufficient descent clearance once I was given radar vectors yesterday. Yeah, I can believe that, Samsonite, because I studied German, and I always think Dutch is a little bit like German in pronunciation, and of course it isn't. But my translation was pretty good, I think you'll agree. Oh really? I must be mistaken. I was pretty sure that I have been able to change the altitude constraints in the MCDU on the A32NX, but I could be wrong. I could be thinking of en route constraints rather than arrival ones. Oh yeah, sorry, I totally forgot what we're talking about. Yes, you're right, you can't delete the waypoints. It's been a long day. My brain is not at its best. Yeah, I've never really tried to learn Dutch, but it's known as being particularly difficult, isn't it?
Speedbird 295, contact Cleveland Center on 127.7. Enjoy your afternoon.
Center on 127.7, Speedbird 295.
Yeah, the VNAV has been pretty good for me up till now, up until the descent. It was fine on
Center Speedbird 295
on departure,
4,000
yeah, now it just wants to dive.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon.
Thank you, Pablo.
Radar contact.
I'm hopeful they will as well, but I can't make any promises.
QNH is 988, Speedbird 295.
Oh, okay, I'll keep an eye out for that, Tolstoy, thank you. See, the turn, this is gone crazy down here. This wants me to take a left turn to El Latour and then continue to Emma and then head back. So whatever it does, it's not going to be right. I'm just... we'll see. Let's see. No, I'm not, Dave. I considered it, but I wasn't sure if it would work with the latest update because it doesn't seem to have been updated very recently. I've since learned that it will, and it fixes a lot of the V-speed issues as well, so I'll know that for next time and I'll get it. Should really have got some Valium in for this approach. I think very on edge at the moment. Or maybe a mid-flight beer would have been sufficient. Do you know, I haven't turned the weather radar on because I'm used to the quality wings where it crashes the sim, but it shouldn't do that here, so I could actually use it. If I can remember where it... I can't remember where it is. How embarrassing. Oh, there it is. No, that should be in TARA anyway. The weather's up here, isn't it? I've remembered now. Yes. Yeah, I've been to Schiphol a few times. Yeah, I've visited Amsterdam probably 3 or 4 times, and I've transited through Schiphol as well. It's a good airport. That is incredible, isn't it? That is so lifelike. Oh, they're gaining on us then. Oh, thanks, Jason. Yeah, I hadn't checked the METAR for a while.
Speedbird 295 turn right heading 244 vectors to the ILS approach.
Hooray,
for runway
vectors.
28 right at Chicago O'Hare International, descend and maintain 5,000 feet, contact approach on 124.35. Good afternoon.
Heading 244 vectors to the ILS approach for runway 28 right, descend and maintain 5,000 feet, approach on 124.35. Speedbird 295.
Just in a nick of time, we got radar vectors before having to deal with all this nonsense.
5,000 feet.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact. Speedbird 295, turn right heading 244.
Heading 244, Speedbird 295.
Speedbird 295, descend and maintain 4,000 feet, QNH's 9er at Chicago O'Hare International.
Descend and maintain 4,000 feet, Speedbird 295.
We've still got quite a long way to run, haven't we? Let's go into flight level change. Slow down a little. Okay, let's have a look at the actual meta. Winds 270 at 22, gusting 42, overcast at 2,000 feet. Okay, could be better, could be worse. In fact, what happens if we put it back into VNAV mode? Will it descend at a sensible rate now and manage our speed for us?
Speedbird 295, turn right heading 259er.
Heading 259er, Speedbird 295.
These are very specific headings, aren't they? Not 260, 259er. Look at that. It's almost like you're really on board. Now hopefully it'll obey the 250 knot speed restriction now I've turned it into VNAV. I don't think it will. I don't think it will. Okay. Can we level off? Let's level off and then reduce this. I don't suppose it'll let me go back into knots, will it? No. Yeah, it is eerie. It is. I haven't really got any concept of how close we are now either. What's this? This is 106. Oh, so we've still got like 90 odd miles to run. So we're really not in a rush to get down to 4,000 feet. But that's what they've told us to do, so that's what we'll do. So if we use flight level change now, it should keep us at this speed. Hello. There we are. Flight level change. Should take us to 4,000 feet, I think. Be nice if we got to see a little bit of Chicago, wouldn't it? Or at least a little bit of the lake. I can have a go at explaining flight level change. So basically, flight level change should keep whatever speed you set in here and then choose a rate of descent that allows you to reach that altitude, reach whatever altitude you've put in here at roughly this speed. I think that's it. Thank you, Tolstoy. I need everyone's fingers crossed.
Heading 244, Speedbird 295.
Pleasure. So did you fly back from SSM to Chicago then, Tolstoy? Is that what you've been up to? Cloud base is 2,000 feet in Chicago, but that doesn't necessarily mean it'll be 2,000 feet in the sim. Yeah, this was a very, very early descent clearance, but never mind. Got about 25 minutes left to run. Let's put the landing lights on. That's something I forgot 10,000 feet. I also forgot that we're in the US, so the transition level is 18,000. So we'll set local pressure. She said 90908, and indeed it is 90908 in the sim. I'm sure that at least that is getting better in the live weather. The pressures seem closer to real life.
2905, turn right heading 250.
Heading 250, Speedbird 2905.
Yeah, it is cool. It is cool. This is something that Pilot to ATC sometimes does, and I think that the in-sim ATC never does. Oh, do Tolstoy. I'd be interested to hear. See, it's decided it wants to fly. Oh, cause right. So I'm used to being able to set a speed in knots here.
Heading 255.
Heading 255, Speedbird 2905.
But because it won't let me switch to knots, it will only let me select Mach units. Obviously, the equivalent airspeed in knots increases as you get lower. So that's why we're speeding. It's my fault, not the Sims. Yes, indeed. Hello, Liam. Nice to see you. Yeah, above 10,000 feet, you can go above 250 knots. 247 is fine. Gloomy. Gloomy and slow. Still more thinking time going along at 250 knots. What do we all want to think about? Should probably have a look at the approach checklist, really. That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Landing lights on. Hang on. So I don't have an approach checklist, but I do have an approach section in the 2-page operating manual I downloaded from some random site. Landing lights on, altimeter settings set, navigation radios tuned, approach loc active, not yet, but it will be. I've got flap extension speeds to look at. Auto brake setting, I've set that to level 3. Speed brakes, I have not armed. So we'll do that now. If anyone sees anything I have missed, do shout out. Yeah, it is a bug that it won't change it to knots. Yeah, they did have me descend way too early, but it's fine. It's all good. What else have I missed here? Spoke too soon. Yes. What happens if pilots in aviation fly above 250 knots below 10,000 feet? Do they get a ticket? I think they'd be asked to call the air traffic controller after landing, and at least get a good talking to. But yeah, pilots do get tickets for certain things. So we're in cloud. So the METAR said it's overcast at 2,000 feet, but once we get below that, we should have 16 kilometers of visibility. So once we'll break out the cloud, and then we'll have a beautiful view of the runway. Touch wood. No, that view just looks wrong in cloud, doesn't it? We won't bother with that one anymore.
Speedbird 2905, turn left, heading 244.
Heading 244, Speedbird 2905.
Why are we at 4,100 feet rather than 4,000? It's a bit strange, isn't it? Oh well, ATC don't seem to care, so why should I care? I know, Dave. Last time they had me descend way too late, and I ended up with a missed approach.
295, turn right heading 250.
Sometimes they get it bang on, but it's quite rare.
295.
The other thing that happened last time was that after my missed approach, they gave me vectors to the middle of nowhere. They never. Yeah, it could be down to the altimeter change. But no, that was a much more significant difference than 100 feet. I don't know. Yeah, so they gave me vectors to the middle of nowhere, and then I had to specifically, over and over again, ask them to give me vectors to final for the runway. So when they said descend, I was like, yeah, I'll do it. I'm not going to question that. I'd rather be too low than too high. It just does mean the flight is going to take a little bit longer than it needed to. No, vectors, don't apologise, happy to answer questions I know the answer to. Vectors are headings. So when they say vectors to final, it means rather than you following your flight plan, they're going to give you headings to follow, which will intercept the final approach course. We've got a 49 knot tailwind at the moment, so that's useful considering how low we're flying.
Speedbird 295, turn right heading 255.
Heading 255, Speedbird 295.
I'm not convinced you would often get these little micro adjustments to your heading though in the real world. I think we'd have been just fine on heading 250. Of course we should be in inches of mercury. But Pilot to ATC can only give you choose one setting for the whole flight. Just press B to update the altimeter. It has changed. So maybe, Dave, maybe you're right, maybe I did this before and that's why we're at 4,100. You could be onto something. Yeah, for sure. That never happens in Pilot to ATC. You never get direct to a waypoint. And if you ask them for a direct to a particular waypoint, they think you want to go to an airport. So it's not without its faults. But also it's just as well because the aircraft won't let you do direct to either. So I'm just going to check the runway 28 right chart. Because depending on where we intercept...
295, turn left, heading 244.
Heading 244, Speedbird 295.
Basically, I think they're giving us vectors to a dam, or a dame. And that's fine. If we're at 4,000 feet at a dame, that's perfect. But if they try and vector us any closer to the runway, we'll be too high. So there might come a point where we have to start ignoring them and just follow our own vectors. Let's Zanis. And really, that to get ready for landing with me in this plane with these winds, that involves a little bit of praying and preferably getting dressed up in something very, very padded. As well as the usual, of course. Kevin, hello, nice to see you. I was talking about you earlier. Someone was asking about shared cockpit.
Speedbird 295, turn right, heading 249er.
Heading 249er, Speedbird 295.
So Kevin, just to catch you up, we are very close to our final, and we're expecting very, very strong winds, more or less headwinds, but a slight left-hand crosswind. So we're looking at 22 knots gusting to 42 knots from heading 270. Also, because I've been at this for 8 hours, I've lost the power of speech, as you will notice. Yeah. And a 6-pack of nuclear rounds.
295, turn right, heading 254.
Heading 254, Speedbird.
Oh, just pick a heading and stick to it, please. No, I wouldn't say I'm not. How far out am I? So the range on this is 80. So about, yeah, I guess we are about 50 miles out, yeah. 45, 50. Yeah, we'll. No, it won't be a Cat 3 landing because this cloud, the cloud bases are at 2,000 feet. So as long as the live weather in the sim reflects the real world, we should be able to land visually. I haven't set our minimum, have I? I don't know if you get a minimum call out on this or not, but I should do it anyway. So decision altitude should be 851. Barrow. I want to turn the knob. Why is it not turning? Maybe this doesn't work, but it looks like it should work because we've got a little twisty arrow. Oh, and the knob is turning. It's just not making a sound. This should come up somewhere down here, right, when you input a minimums value. Didn't mean to do that. Oh well, we'll forget about that. We'll remember, 851, decision height. This is always butter with Phil. It's usually butter-ish with Phil, but I think I wouldn't go any further than that. A Cat 3 landing is a type of ILS landing where the plane lands itself. Basically, you use auto land because there's next to no visibility. So if you don't meet the for this runway, for a Cat 1 ILS landing, we need to be able to see the runway from 851 feet above the ground. A Cat 3 ILS approach would be used if you couldn't do that. I really would like to get down to 4,000 feet proper. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think you can only select one autopilot at a time still. I stand corrected, Dave. I didn't know that. I thought that's basically what Cat 3 was. So what's the alternative? Because the approach chart I'm looking at the moment, Cat 3 doesn't even have a decision height or a decision altitude. It's got an RVR of 6. Should be down in 11 minutes, people. 11 minutes. To be honest, I don't know what a Category 2 Category 2 ILS is either. Obviously, you have reduced decision altitude and decision height, but what does that actually mean in terms of what are the requirements for a Category 2 approach as opposed to a Cat 1? Thanks, Tulsa. So you don't necessarily. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is what I've picked up.
Heading 244 Speedbird 295.
You don't necessarily auto land with a Category 3 ILS, but if you don't auto land and there is 0 visibility, you're just following the radar altimeter and flaring when it says 0. Is that how it works? I see, yeah, that's what Dave says. Right, right. Every day's a school day. I see. Oh dear, oh dear. Right, if people can hear me, say something in the chat, because I think I'm back online, but I'm not certain. Okay, I can see your messages. I'm on the main menu at the moment, but if I resume, you should be able to see it, I hope. Oh, good, good. Right, we'll carry on. Let me just check if I don't know if Twitch is connected, because I got okay. Yeah, Twitch is back on as well.
5 turn right heading 254.
Oh my goodness, I nearly had a nervous breakdown then. But we're back in business. Good grief, that was it could have done that at any point during the day and I would have coped. But yeah, this was bad timing. Good. Everyone relax. Go back to the brace position for landing. I missed some chat, I think, somewhere. Tolstoy, you've touched down. Good, good. Ah, interesting, interesting. So, Tolstoy, you say that Cat 3 is auto land full stop, and I thought that was the case as well. Dave thought it's not necessarily auto land. Cat 2 has a decision height of 100. Great, thank you. And you had ground contact at 3,100. Brilliant. This is all looking okay. Yeah, that was stressful. So what's going on in the cockpit? Well, we have the localizer alive, so that's good. Yeah, there'd have been a lot of heavy drinking for the rest of the evening if that had happened. We don't yet have... the localizer is not alive, that means it's moving, but we are within range, so that's good. So I think now would probably be a good time to extend our first stage of flaps. We're below the flap extension speed, which is 250 according to my sheet. And we'll start reducing our speed a little bit. There's a lot of aircraft blinking ahead of me. I hope Pilot to ATC is aware of them. Yeah, a lot more strobe lights than I'm comfortable with. But never mind, we can't crash into them.
Heading 244.
Heading 244, Speedbird 295.
Now, ordinarily I would arm the approach mode round about now, but because this is the sim it starts doing weird things. So I will arm it once the diamond starts moving across. And if we overshoot it, it's not the end of the world. Better than the aircraft trying to fly us back to our initial approach fix. There are so many planes out there. Yeah, and they're all closer than I would like, really. So again, the flap extensions I'm not super sure of on a 787. I know on an A320 you want to extend stage 1 before you intercept the localizer and stage 2 gear down before you intercept the glide slope. Here, I don't know. I'm just going to extend them gradually. I'm going to go for 5 degrees of flap now. There we are. And we've still got a fair way to run, so I won't decrease our airspeed too much more for now. There we are. Localizer's alive. Turn on approach mode. Yeah, we do love to chase the weather, although this was not quite what I'd hoped for this flight, I must say.
Speedbird 295 cleared for ILS approach to runway 28 right, fly heading 266 to intercept final.
Cleared for ILS approach to runway 28 right.
Have I messed up the bank angle? Is that why? Ah, yes, I have.
Speedbird 295.
When I was changing my heading, I limited the angle of bank, which is why we totally failed to intercept the localizer there. But not to worry, we'll come back onto it. Glide slope's alive. And we decided we'd aim for about 160 knots, didn't we?
Speedbird 295 QNH is 1001 at Chicago O'Hare International Contact Tower on 119.62. Good day.
QNH is 1001 tower on 119.62. Speedbird 295.
So that's 10 degrees of flaps. In fact, we can go to 15. Again, I'm not worried about slowing down early or anything like that because
295 inbound for ILS approach runway 28 right.
You know.
Speedbird 295, good afternoon. Radar contact. Continue ILS to runway 28 right, call when established on final.
Continue ILS to runway 28 right, will call when established on final. Speedbird 295.
Seems to be having some speed issues. We're getting a lot of throttle, but not not much speed. Anyway, we're on our way down now. We've intercepted the glide slope. And if the weather hasn't changed since Tolstoy was there, then we should be visual fairly soon. Gear down. "17 degrees of flaps." Is that 17? Can't be 17. Must be my eyesight. No, it is. Okay. 17 degrees of flaps it is. 25 degrees of flaps. Why is our airspeed still decreasing? Even though we've got full throttle. What is going on here? What is going on? Does anyone know what's going on? Because I don't. Let's turn off the auto throttle. Flaps 25. Aha! We have visual with the runway. Pilot Ivan, thanks for the follow. But I'm using a hell of a lot of thrust, and I don't know why. Do we have landing clearance? No, we've got to call tower. Tower, Speedbird 295, established on final runway 28 right.
Speedbird 295, you are number 2 for
look
landing
okay.
for 273 at 22 knots, cleared to land runway 28 right.
Cleared to land runway 28 right, Speedbird 295.
Okay, well, if we have to land with full throttle, we have to land with full throttle. So 22 knots of wind from 273, that's okay. Let's try arming the speed brake again. Auto brakes are armed. Quick go through the landing checklist if I can find it, if not we won't bother. Yes, here it is. Speed brake armed, landing gear down, flaps 25. Brilliant. Well, I'm feeling so good about this, I'm even going to give you a quick look outside. We didn't see Chicago, unfortunately, but never mind. Right, autopilot off. I can even reduce my throttle a little. Okay, so I've got no control. No control at all. What's going on? What is going on? These are all alright? Seem to be. Oh dear. Okay, I've got a little bit of control now. Yeah, I've got control back. Honestly, I was pulling up then and just nothing was happening at all. We may well go around. See, I've lost control again, even though we're really fast. You know, we're not near our stall speed. Oh, we're going to land a little bit long, but that's okay. Right, reverse throttle.
Speedbird 295 exit
Reverse
runway
thrust.
when able.
Well, here we are. Welcome to Chicago O'Hare. It was, you know, there was definitely a time there where I probably should have gone around, but yeah, it was a nice landing. Thank you very much, LDR. Thank you, Dave, and thank you, Jason, and Pablo. Yeah, I bet they did. Honestly, I just had no elevator authority, and then I went to the control settings and did nothing, but somehow that fixed it, and then I lost it again. It's quite the emotional roller coaster, this approach, I tell you. Nice relaxing flight up until then. Right, we should contact ground. Tower, Speedbird 295, clear of runway. Don't know if we need to tell them that. I'm expecting to be handed off to ground at some point. Tell you what, we'll stop on this taxiway, get the frequencies sorted out, get the landing lights off and the APU started. Yeah, not many people, Zanis. Right, so up here we will turn the landing lights off. Strobe light off, taxi light on. Start the APU. And I'll have a quick look at Pilot to ATC and get the taxi frequency. Or ground frequency even, you know what I mean. 118.05 will do us, 118.05. And I even, somewhere, have written down which gate we want that the real world flight went to. Mike 12. O'Hare ground, Speedbird 295, request taxi to gate Mike 12. Yeah,
Speedbird 295 taxi to gate Golf 12 via
Thank you,
taxiways
Ivan.
Tango.
Thank you, LJ Vlogs.
Mike 2, Bravo, Alpha 13, Alpha.
And
taxi
I know the way.
To gate
I
Golf
don't.
12 via taxiways Tango, Mike 2, Bravo, Alpha 13, Alpha.
Turn the weather radar off.
295.
Turn the transponder to standby. And that's good enough. They want me to go to a different gate, but I don't care. But log and send the aircraft to maintenance. Yes, I will be. I'll also be ringing my internet provider. Yeah, they always... Well, in fact, yesterday they gave me the right gate, but no matter what I ask for, most of the time they tell me to do something completely different. You're right, Zanis. I should turn on the logo light. I'll do that. Hasn't done anything, but never mind. Oh, we got a little some sort of aircraft racing us on the parallel taxiway there. I tell you what, when you visit the US, having been used to the live traffic in Europe, it's amazing how much there is. It's actually a busy airport, isn't it? Unlike Heathrow, where we didn't see anything. Thanks, Pablo. Nice arrival in that. Thank you, Tolstoy. That means a lot from you. I wish I knew what had gone wrong with my elevators, but never mind. The main thing is, not only can we walk away from this landing, but it was actually quite smooth. It does look, yeah, the A330 does look tiny next to this. So I think we want to take the next left. Yeah, we'll take the next left. Thank you, LJ Vlogs. Where's that other aircraft gone? Oh, it's not in our way anyway, that's the main thing. So actually this doesn't look like you're supposed to turn left here, so we'll take the next left. Did I ever start the APU? I can't remember. Yeah, it says it's on. Oof, it's not got a great turning circle, this aircraft. Yeah, this is the Payware FS Dream Team O'Hare. Okay, so I've got full right rudder, but we're not turning full left rudder, I mean. Let's try a bit of differential braking. And a whole ton of power. See, this is where a throttle quadrant would be useful, of course, because I could just use the right engine. Oh, that actually worked better than I was expecting. Oh, look at that, professional. Oh, really? Oh, I'll count my blessings then, Tolstoy. No, absolutely, a bit of hand flying's just the thing sometimes. Yeah, butter turn, yeah. I mean, it is a long aircraft, so I probably turned a little bit early there, I think, I'm not sure. Right, we'll turn our taxi light off. And if I'm not mistaken, M12 should be this one here. Oh no, it's M11A, and M11 must be the next one. Either it's the next one or it was the last one. Doesn't particularly matter. They're all international gates. Yeah, I think it was the last one. Bit worried about our wingspan if we go for this gate here. Yeah, everyone just look away a minute, please. Look away. Okay, you can look back again now. Look away again. Right, you can look back now. Do double jetways work? No, they don't. I'll catch up with your messages once we've parked up. That was what's known as slew mode, Zanis. You press Y and you have to manually set your assignments, I think, in the controls. Right, parking brake set. Look at that, beautiful. We will turn our APU gens on. We'll turn our engines off. And we've got external power available, so let's turn that on and kill the APU. Turn the beacon off, and we'll leave our nav and logo lights on. Fuel pumps can go off. And that, to me, not being an expert, seems about right. Just get the jetway connected, and then I will catch up with your correspondence. Right, what have I missed? Love hand flying the A320neo. Yes, I do. Almost 9 hours. Great flight. Thank you, Pablo. I did enjoy it. I think it was a good idea to step away for my little breaks here and there, but no, it's a good achievement. Good to see you with A320 in Chicago. Yeah, this is my fault for having the mega pack installed. If you tap when turning, it works better with the 787. Oh, okay, what, tap the brakes you mean? I'll try that next time. Instead of holding, yeah, that is what you meant. Cool. Okay, thanks. Right, well, I think, ladies and gentlemen, that will be all for today. So, thank you very, very much for joining me. It's been a long haul. But I hope you've all enjoyed it, and normal service will be resumed on Filbert Flies soon. Next stream will be Saturday. I haven't yet decided whether I'm going to do a VFR group flight or whether I'm going to do some sort of short haul stream either in the A320 or the CJ4. But right now I'm going to turn the computer off and have a beer. So thanks for joining me, and I hope to see you again soon on Filbert Flies. Have a good evening, everyone. Bye bye.